Hi. Hello. Hey, it's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's 10:18 in the morning on 6/12/25. That's a June 12th, 2025. I'm loading up games and such, and it is 10:18 in the morning. It's 68 degrees out here on the West Coast in Bellingham. It's Thursday. Yep, and yeah, and I love you guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. This apparently broke, so we're just gonna just leave. So, anyways, logging on all the games, and yeah, I got nothing to report other than we're gonna have a nice day of video games. That's it. So I'm just gonna drop it off this, and there we go. Going live. Hi guys, I love you. I love you. Hello. I. Oh. No, that's not what I want you to do. Scale to window. There we go. Okay, we are loading Mortal again. Oh, I need to check today if I can delete my alt yet. As it's been a couple of days, I don't know. Think it's been a week? I don't know. But let's find out. We're going to Horizon. It's trying to connect to my parents' internet for some reason. Okay, there we go. I would like to log in. Okay, we are in on Final Fantasy and we are crafting. We are logging in Mortal, and I'm logging in Eve and X4. Then I'm going to log in and try to delete this black mage. There, I can delete. Yay. Oh, out of the game. Oops. So I'm logged in, and I've got to log out. So, Friday morning, 5 a.m. server time. Oops, I meant to log out and I didn't. Okay, so I guess I go run some level 4s. Oh, my, that clone with the Augs in it, where is that? Is that here? It's in Jita? Fuck, it is in Jita. Let's go get it. How's my money? Did Hypernet come in? I've got 4 bill, which is good. These things aren't going to sell, which is fucking annoying, and I don't know why. Probably I'll just price too high. I lost some money there, but that's alright. I still can make so much money that it's okay. See if I need to encourage any of these. No. I'm asking too much. I need to be cheaper. All this stuff is not selling. I'm going to go cheaper because they're starting to get a little bit more wise about the Hypernet. I love Red Green. Red Green was so good. Red Green. I forgot Red Green even existed. I need to get red. I need to go see if I can get Red Green. That was the Red Green show, right? I think so. Canadian television is so fucking good. Mithril ingots. I guess I should go see if I made sales. How much money do I have? 1.9 doesn't seem right. I let this run all goddamn night. I don't understand. It must have frozen immediately, pretty much, when I shut the TV. I should have more money than that. Whatever. Okay, we're self-detonating. I am looking for Red Green. Search. Yeah, what was that? That was like the Red Green show. Yeah, the Red Green show. This is really good. I'm gonna watch this show tonight. I love this fucking show. I love this show. I grew up on this show. This was my favorite show when I was a kid. I forgot. The Red Green show was gold. It was better than everything else. Ah, really fucking lame. See, I go looking for this stuff because you might not ever find it ever again. It's available. Oh, it's on Tubi. I guess I could watch Tubi. That's Amazon. I could just watch it on Amazon. Oh, it's on Amazon if you have a sub. Oh, I can watch it on Amazon. Okay, but good. But yeah, I want to take a look at an archive here and see if I can get the whole fucking show. Okay. Go. Save old television, guys. If you like something from your kid. Okay, so here's some advice. You might not believe me, but I'm old enough to know, and I'm sure the person I'm talking to is old enough to understand what I'm talking about too. I don't mean to insult anybody, but for instance, I've got something to say to number two, right? I don't know if number two's here with me. I'm just gonna act like they are. I don't know, but something for number two, and this is good advice. You love number two, obviously. I don't know number two very well because I was an older kid than that. That's a little bit older than me. That's from a show called. Number two is from Adventure Time. I like Adventure Time. I've seen quite a bit of it. I think that's a great show. But it is still like about 10 years like younger than me. So I didn't grow up on Adventure Time. So number two is an interesting character from Adventure Time, and I don't remember, or is that Adventure Time? I can't remember. I believe that is Adventure Time, isn't it? That was a very interesting cartoon. Yeah, that's or no, was that no. It's I'm sorry, I'm getting mixed up. It's not Adventure Time. It's I'm sorry. Yeah, Kids Next Door, right? The code name Kids Next Door, right? So yeah, number two from Kids Next Door. I remember this show too. This is a good show. I just it's like younger than me. It's way younger than me. This is a great show. This is a fucking wonderful show. It really was. And so if you like these old shows, right? If you like these old shows, and I'm ashamed that I feel quite some shame downloading the Red Green show and Les Miserables right in front of you guys. But no, I didn't mean to do that. There we go. Sorry. I feel some shame doing that, but if I don't do it, we won't have it. If it, like the people who made it probably have it, but like to me, I torrent for historical reasons, like these shows like Red Green, Kids Next Door, or well, I don't know. What's a good example? I always thought that I could get like The Critic all of my life. And The Critic is a television show that was done by Matt Groening, the guy who did Futurama and The Simpsons. Now those are both gold too, and those are also shows that I'd be worried about as well, especially Futurama compared to The Simpsons. But anyways, those shows, they won't always be around. And we've seen the death of the internet. There's no mistake that I went back to the internet Wayback Machine there to download the Red Green show. And I did this shamelessly because I know that in like 10 years, this is advice to you, number two. It sounds like I'm condescending to you, but I'm not trying to. I mean this. Historical preservation of the things that comprise our personalities, the things that help build us who we are, the television, the movies, the music, the all the media that influenced our personalities as a child. So if I go and look for The Critic, I can get it. No. Now there's some new show called The Critic, right? Which is insane because we've already had a critic, but I'm gonna look in television and just see what we see. But like, if you come and look for the Critic, which is this show, like The Critic. Now, if you Google it, it's gonna pop. The Critic with John Lovitz or whatever. No, now there's a new one called The Critic. No, there it is. There it is. So this was a very famous show with John Lovitz on Fox Television. This is a Fox show. You know, you would think that the Republicans and Fox and all these Dilbert dillholes fucking like would care about this, but they don't. And this was a wonderful now this show was Al Jean and Mike Reese. I'm sorry, it wasn't Matt Groening, it was Al Jean and Mike Reese, but these were Simpsons creators. This was a sideshow. It was a pilot. They let John Lovitz come on Fox, and they thought this would be what Futurama eventually became. But because Matt Groening didn't have his touch on it or something, I guess The Critic just wasn't, and it wasn't as good as The Simpsons. It was kind of sort of like a low-rent Simpsons. But it was really funny. It was a very, very funny show, and there's things in the show that I'll never forget. Like like many other of the world's cultural elite, worship Pan, the goat god, and all this other shit like this. That's just so like fucking like blew my mind when I was like, I don't know, when I was like 13 years old. I was like, wait, all the cultural elite worship Pan, the goat god? And this is how I understood that the Freemasons exist, was The Critic. The Critic was one that originally lit me up to this, and my best friend pointed it out to me, and he thought it was like the funniest joke he had ever heard. And I was like, yes, it is actually one of the funniest jokes I've ever heard. And so this is a wonderful show. Now, when I go and look on the torrent sites, right? When I go and look on the torrent sites, it's not here. And my advice to you, number two, if you like Codename Kids Next Door, go jack that shit. And I just showed you how to do it. Download UT Web. Come to 1337x.to, 1337x.to. Type in codename Kids Next Door, and I'll put my motherfucking like money where my mouth is, right? Type in codename Kid Next Door. Damn it. God damn it, you're so fucking... Oh, I need that too. I actually meant to do this the other day. Yeah, Ed, and Eddie, I'm never going to see this again. I'm never going to see the show ever again if I don't get it now. And I began to be aware of this. There are shows I can't get my hands on that I did get my hands on, like The Critic. But I mean, like, you know, as you can see, like, when I type in codename Kid Next Door, codename Kids, right? Yeah, we'll just do codename Kids, right? Search, damn it. And this site kind of sucks. Oh, The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. It was actually so good. It's 29 gigs, though. But I mean, I don't know. I want Billy and Mandy. I think I like Billy and Mandy enough for that. I think I do. I like Billy and Mandy. That was such a fucking good show. It was all dark and fucked up, and they were hanging out with the devil and stuff. I'm sorry, with the Grim Reaper and stuff. Yeah, let's do Billy and Mandy. It's fucking hard, and then I'm gonna do Codename Kids Next Door. I'm sorry to the artists that I'm ripping off. It's that I don't have the $700. I just don't have it. I don't have it. I live off of $7,000 a year. I don't have like $300 to $700 to get the scratched up 20-year-old discs of the Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy off of like eBay or something like that. I just don't have it. If I were to do that for every show that I love, I would have had to have been Elon Musk. Do you understand? I'm like torrenting freely right in front of you, and I will tell you why. It is fucking impossible to pay for all of this stuff. It's impossible. Elon Musk would frown at it. It's so expensive to buy all of this shit. I mean not really. I mean, but still, it is expensive. But it's expensive for a lower to middle class person to get your hands on all this shit. So I wantonly steal it, and it's not like I watch it. I mean, probably will be 5 years before I fire up Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy for one episode. But trust me, this will matter later. When I'm like 85 years old, I'm gonna give copies of hard drives with all of the television from the 80s to the 2020s or something like that, right? That was good, in all the movies and all the music. And because I did that, people are going to worship the fact that I exist. I swear to God, I'm going to keep hard drives. I'm going to keep backing them up and all this other stuff. Like I've been rolling forward a collection. I lost my last collection, which was shitty, and it was like 2 terabytes or something like that. But now I've got 7 terabytes. I've got like 7 terabytes all backed up, all the stuff that I believe that should be preserved, like Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. Now, right next to this, of course, that popped is the same creators with Codename Kids Next Door, which is where number 2 gets their name from. At least I assume. I really don't know. I don't know this show, and I think that's fucked up. So I'm gonna go watch this fucking show. Right? There we go. Codename Kids Next Door. There we go. So now we were able to get Codename Kids Next Door. Now, is this the whole? I don't know if I trust this hash. I mean, it must be the whole show, huh? I don't know if I trust this. I think it is what it says it is, but it's only a gig. Oh, I don't know. 1080p of all of Codename Kid Next Door complete. No. Yeah, here we go. This is like 24 gigs. There we go. Sorry, guys. Oh, no, wait, no. I guess I add. Oh, all real monsters. Yeah, like so. Wait. The Grim Adventures, Codename's completed, but I want to get rid of you. And you. And, yeah, that's all. Delete it. Yeah, delete. Remove torrent. And so there, I preserve Codename Kid Next Door. And I think of this as like, I think about my man code with this. A man should be mentally, physically, spiritually, and emotionally available to his partner, his children, his partner's children, his community, and the kids in his community, right? And I believe that Codename Kids Next Door might be a really important television show for some kids in 50 years because they won't make good television by then. By then, you've already seen this with Marvel and all these other fucking people, and so I shamelessly do this. I don't care. I'm just going to shamelessly do it. Like right now I can't get The Critic. Like I just pulled a very famous Fox television show with an IMDb rating of 7.8 right off, and it wasn't there. It just straight wasn't there. You can see that some shows that I really worship and love are unavailable. They're fucking unavailable. Like you can't get your hands on them. So I steal for preservation's sake. It's not like I sit and watch this stuff all day. I'm just terrified I'm not going to ever fucking see it again. And they could throw me in jail if they fucking want to, and that's what I'm going to say to the goddamn jury. I have no intention of stealing from these people. I just don't have the goddamn $5 million it would cost to buy all this media that I have. I just don't have it, and so I prefer to preserve it because I believe that you guys are going to fuck up this planet, start another world war, set off a bunch of nuclear bombs. The dust that the bombs causes is going to block out the sun. We're gonna kill half the fucking world. Most of the living things are going to die, including half the human beings. And then we're going to have to reset, and there won't be internet, there won't be libraries or anything like that. But my hard drives will be sitting somewhere. I swear to God they will. I think of them as the most value I've ever had. So like my hard drives will be sitting somewhere, and hopefully we eventually reconfigure stuff and get back to where we were. I don't know, but and I believe that preservation is actually a really important thing. You see some ordinary gamers talking about it all the time. When I can't get the Critic, you saw that I couldn't get the Critic. You understand how important it is to go and download the Red Green Show, because that's like the greatest television show to ever come out of Canada. And it was formative for a whole bunch of young men my age. The proof of that being, I mean, the chat is scrolling too far for me to show you, but and when I woke up, when I logged in this morning, there was an e-pilot. No, here it is. There's an e-pilot. He said, "I may not be handsome, but at least I'm handy." Now that's a really good bit of advice for ugly men, which is, I may not be handsome, but at least I'm handy, right? And it's a lesson to people in the lower class who might not have money and might not have like prestige and might not be beautiful or whatever, but still need to breed and conduct their lives and all this. Just look at yourself like this: I may not be handsome, but at least I'm handy. And that's a good bit of advice from the Red Green Show. And when I went to go think about the Red Green Show, I realized that if I wanted to be a good, historical preservationist or whatever, then I better go get the Red Green Show. Because one day I woke up and I Googled, I torrent searched on several sites for the BBC documentary about World War II, the Critic, there, a bunch of other stuff that I've worshipped and loved since I was a kid. Like, for instance, I really want to get my hands on this box set, and my best friend has it, but I can't take that set from him because we both worship this television series. It's the BBC. I'm going to go to Amazon, and I want to say BBC World War II. Yeah, the history of World War II. This is the BBC, and they were up in the center of it. They were right up in the center of it, and they did a fair, like, appraisal. There's several of these, like the Ken Burns' Civil War is super good. But anyways, yeah, like, see how this is $77. Now I can list off something like 400 of these at $100 a pop. I mean that I can list off like 400 of these or something like that for like $77 to something like $500. There's one about the Silk Road. The Silk Road box set. The Silk Road box set. This collector's box set is $25 right now for VHS, but for DVD, no, that's a DVD set. Wait, that's a DVD. No, that's not DVD. No, that's VHS. You don't want VHS because that shit doesn't work. $140. The Silk Road DVD collection, right? So, yeah, I don't have $140 every time I want to buy the Silk Road. I think only Elon has that kind of money. I don't think anybody has that kind of money. I don't have $140 to drop on the Silk Road when I make $7,000 a year. I just don't have that. So, but this reminds me about the Silk Road. So we go back and we look for the Silk Road, because this documentary is a fascinating documentary series covering a retracement of the Silk Road from east to west as recorded by NHK over the course of several years beginning in 1979, back when this shit was really, really pertinent. This set contains the first dozen episodes, part one of the series, which is not to be confused with Silk Road 2, the final 18 episodes. It begins in Chang'an and ends in Pamirs. Now, I didn't know there was a Silk Road 2, and I probably have to tell my best friend that. I didn't know there was a Silk Road 2. Silk Road 2. It's actually II. Okay, Silk Road 2 DVD box set. Silk Road 2 DVD box set. I didn't know Silk Road 2 existed. Oh my god. I didn't know the Silk Road 2. I didn't know this existed. See, I need the Silk Road. I need the Silk Road. I don't have $300 for this. I've never had $300 for this because it's just like, I've never been allowed to grow, I guess. I call it suppression. I call it serfdom. The Silk Road 2. No shot. Yeah, I didn't think so. I was like, no shot, as I hit the enter key. I'm like, no shot. I knew it. Can I get the remaster Silk Road remaster? Can I get that? Remaster. The Silk Road. Damn it, no. Italy, Venice. It's eBay. I'm going to share this. Silk Road DVD box set. Road to Rome. Such a nerd. I just told my best friends Jed and Sen about this. I mean, because it's cheesy, but I don't care. So okay, let's start by size and see if we can pop the Silk Road. I'm looking in TV only. Silk Road series, Italy, Venice. Yeah, I think that is it, isn't it? No, it's pieces of the Silk Road series. Can't I get like a sort by size? Can't I get an actual collection? Fuck. Anyways, I suppose I should play video games. I'm sorry, I'm just talking about one of my other passions, which is historical preservations of the media that help me comprise my fucking personality. I will tell you what my personality is. It's not really a Skycat or anything like that. It's like the cable guy. I'm like the cable guy. My personality is comprised of something like 26,000 different pieces of media, television, like Hollywood, movies, games, music, fashion, all that stuff. And so, so anytime I think of anything that I like, right? Anything that I like at all, I just go snag it. Like here, I just want you to nail this because it seems to be the entire collection. I want the whole collection, yeah. Nail this. The Silk Road is such a fucking good series about what the world actually is like. The Americans don't know what the Silk Road is because we're kind of ignorant, frankly. And well, we know, but we don't know about it. So we don't know anything about it, though, and that's the problem. The Silk Road is the main line between the East and the West and the connection between the two, and it spans all the way from like Italy to and through Rome across through the Mediterranean and stuff. And all these men on camels and stuff like try to roam it and try to sell silk to other people. Like they had silk, the other people didn't have it. The other people had opium. They didn't, and so they traded silk for opium, right? They were like, here's clothes for dope. In American terms, it would be clothes for dope. Yeah, I got that Gucci Prada. I got that Gucci Prada for that good is what the Silk Road is, right? And Americans need to understand it, but we don't understand anything really. We don't really have good educations really. So a good education for a young American kid is the Silk Road, and you'll understand what life actually is, which is establishing a trade connection between you and someone else, and getting stuff that you don't have that other people have. And, it is what it is. So, yeah. And so, Yeah, so preservation is a good thing. It's something I don't like to steal to do it, but I mean they charge millions of dollars to preserve this stuff because collectors ruin it. If I could get a DVD box set for $13 because there was like 300,000 of them made or whatever, I'd be okay. But no, like it's just not like that. It's fucking annoying. Did you just not load Mortal? I don't know. Try again. I don't know. Mortal is. Even GeForce Now struggles to load Mortal because I don't think it's that good of a game. I shouldn't waste my time on it. I know it's dead. I know it's dead. I paid for it so I can play it when I want to and say that I supported it. But I don't think this guy's going to make it. He just didn't really casualize enough, which is annoying. And I say at this point, why not casualize? You're down to like 700 people. Casualize a bit, upgrade the fucking run speed, make it a little bit more candy popcorn, see if the kids will show up because they might. I don't know what else you could do to really fix it. It's too old, and you shouldn't have built it out of the old Mortal. You should have just revisioned Mortal, which is what Mortal Exodus is. Mortal Exodus is sort of like Dune Awakening, and I get it, but I don't really think Dune Awakening is that good of a game either. And I haven't played it yet, though, so I don't know. Thank you, Hassan Abi, for the excellent content for my stream. I'd like to sub to your channel.
This morning, some new information came out that is very alarming. The Washington Post reports that U.S. intelligence officials have grown increasingly concerned that Israel may choose to strike Iran's nuclear facilities without the consent of the United States. They usually reveal this stuff ahead of time so that Israel can't actually do it. They'll even leak detailed plans or whatever to thwart Israel's attempts, or basically come out and say nope, we don't want you to do this, and then Israel actually stops itself from doing it. I think the American government issued an order to withdraw diplomats and family members of military personnel in the region. Yeah, U.S. is withdrawing diplomats from Iraq and personnel from other sites in the region amid rising tensions with Iran. Significant developments tonight in the Middle East as the United States prepares for a partial evacuation of the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad. The State Department has also authorized non-essential personnel and dependents to voluntarily leave Bahrain and Kuwait. Important to note that these are precautionary moves during an already tense time in the region. Check and verify all the information you see circulating online in the days ahead. And
yeah, like the right was saying trust but verify. And I was like, don't trust, do verify. Also, I was like, you guys are so dumb. Even your dumb slogans are fucking so low IQ. You can tell some dumb blank from fucking the South came up with that one. You can tell. It's on initial cursory appraisal of that weird right-wing fucking trope. I'm like, nah, some idiot from the South wrote it. You can fucking tell. Let me rewrite it for you. Don't trust, do verify. Trust but verify? No. Don't trust, do verify. It's much more intelligent than you fucking idiots. My stepfather was like, trust but verify at me, and he was trying to teach me something. I was like, no. And I corrected him. I was like, don't trust, do verify. And he was like, oh my God, I think you're right. And I was like, don't trust, do verify. You can tell they're dumb. They're dumb even in the slogans that they write. It's so dumb. Don't trust, do verify. What are you talking about? Don't trust any of these idiots, please. They're not really your friends. The government is not your friends. Do not trust Donald Trump. This fucking idiot is not your friend. He does not have your interests at heart. I don't care if you're right wing or not. He does not have your fucking interests at heart. You're gonna see it sooner or later.
The reason for why
I don't need to convince you. I mean, I don't care to. I don't need to convince any Republicans that they're about to see that Donald Trump is not their fucking friend. Any Mexican right wingers are about to see that Donald Trump is not their fucking friend. The people that got him in there, right? The Latino right wing vote. The people that got Trump in there, basically, they're about to see. They're about to fucking see. I don't need to convince them, and I'm not going to try. They're about to fucking see. It's sort of like, yeah, you dance with the devil in the pale moonlight. And I don't need to tell you anything. I don't need to convince you of it. I don't need to sit there and lecture you. I just need to sit and wait, and you'll begin to understand that this man is not your friend. He's not your friend.
Ongoing back and forth with the Iran denuclearization agreement, but it seems like Israel keeps thwarting those attempts, both openly and also privately.
These people aren't your friend either.
America
Israel's not your friend. Palestine's not your friend. These aren't homies. They're just acquaintances.
Allowing Iran to enrich uranium at the
best.
civilian level and allow them to have a nuclear grid.
Ukraine, Russia, China, Japan, not truly our friends, just good neighbors. That's it. They're just good neighbors. Love thy neighbors. Let them be. Let them be. Let them be. Let them be. Let them be.
Its ability to conduct nuclear research literally for nothing, not even sanctions relief. Like, that is the maximalist goal that America has. Understandably, Iran is going to say no to that. Why the f would they say yes to that? The best possible outcome here is basically reinforcing the Obama-era Iran denuclearization agreement, which Israel despises, and seemingly the Trump administration has no ambition to push for this. Here is Iranian response, by the way. Iran defense minister said this morning that if nuclear talks fail and conflict breaks out, Iran will strike American bases in the region without consideration for who the host country is or not, and will ensure the Americans suffer more casualties. He says, I want to say this on behalf of the Iranian nation and on behalf of the armed forces. God willing, things won't go that far, and the talks will come to fruition. If they don't and a conflict is imposed on us, then certainly the other side will suffer more casualties than us. In that case, America must leave the region because all its bases are within our reach. We can reach them and we will target all of them in their host countries without any consideration. Now, this instability in the talks is a unique opportunity for Israel to basically strike while the iron is hot. As you know, they are a belligerent force in the region that are insane, that want to open up the last front of war, the ultimate front of war, a war against Iran, the only massive power, the only regional power that actually threatens Israel's ethnic cleansing and domination in the region by way of offering logistics, supplies, training to all of the militancy against Israel, including but not limited to Hamas, and also obviously Hezbollah in Lebanon, and the IRGC troops that are stationed or used to be stationed in Iraq and used to be stationed in Syria, and also, of course, how could we forget the Ansar Allah militancy, the Ansar Allah movement coming out of Yemen. It is the only country in the region that is not openly cooperative and willing to play ball with Israel's violence, with American intervention. For that reason, Israel has always seen Iran as the golden calf that must be taken out. Hassan, stop, bro. The Iranian regime is a joke. This is not about the Iranian regime or its domestic affairs at all. That's not what I'm talking about.
What?
I'm simply talking about state power at this point. It has nothing to do with the domestic affairs.
Also, Iran is not weak. Iran's never been weak. That's what caused the graveyard of nations. You guys think that these fucking countries are weak. No, they're not a weak people. They're not weak like us. They fight hard and work hard for everything that they do. They got some fat 1%ers too, just like us, who sit on fat oil money and live off the fat of the land. But they mostly just work hard, and they're not stupid, and you guys treat them like they're these inferior fucking people. They're not inferior people. They kick people's asses all the fucking time. What the fuck are you talking about? Watch Lawrence of Arabia. You're so fucking stupid. You're so stupid. The white man, they constantly fucking inferiorize and superiorize themselves. It's just they inferiorize everybody else and they superiorize themselves. It's so shitty. Please have some respect for your equal enemy. It's so stupid. They have all the nukes and the missiles and a force of to be reckoned with as well. They're like, I don't really understand the fucking attitude. It's fucking stupid. And then you go and you piss them off by talking shit about them too. And so then there's this point where they might have a finger on the trigger. That's when this becomes an accident or like a mistake, really. That's when this becomes a mistake to talk shit about them. Because then they think, well, those idiots talk shit about us for 20 years. Why should we keep them here? And then they just hit the button, right? Courtesy actually is almost like money. If you pay it to people, they'll leave you be. But if you talk shit about them like this in the fucking media all the fucking time, it makes it a lot easier for them to fuck with you when it comes time and, when the crossroads comes. When the crossroads comes and maybe suddenly they have us in their sights for some reason, or we do something like that to them, and they think back and they look for some reason not to hurt us, and they don't have one because you talk shit about them all the fucking time. And what does that get you? What does that fucking get you? You're like denigrating the Iranian force, which is just insane. That's insane to do in the world scale. They're fine. They're absolutely competent. It's weird. It's like very weird that they might be broke, but so are we. It's weird. It's just like whatever, man. The way you guys treat other people is so disgusting. It's fucking disgusting. Like, just disgusting. No armor parts found. Oh, yeah, because Dapple, yeah. Cheap Merc. It weighs 1.25. Okay, sure. Helmet. Arms. Legs. I don't know. Is that very good? Yeah, sure. Chest. Helmet. Arms. Legs. Chest. This is too much. No, it's not too much weight. Okay, there's 2 sets and 5 more spears. I'm gonna put this stuff away. I'm gonna take out all this incidental stuff. Oh no, stackables should be in this, but I'm gonna like sort a little bit here. Spears, spear, 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 spear. Oh, I should buy a bow. Spear. Okay, good. Set. Oh, I bought two left arms, did I? Oh, well, that's fine. Bear armor, and then the rest of this stuff should be cycled. I'm going to take all the meat that's here, and I'm just going to sell it, I think. Or, I don't know, I'll just stack. That's fine. Why didn't you stack? See, he's incompetent at even like sorting the items. It is an incompetent developer, I gotta say. I hate saying that, but I mean it is true. He is incompetent. Like there's things that should have been fixed 20 years ago that are just like probably 10 seconds in a slider program or something, and it's weird, and he doesn't do it. Bone tissue. I guess I'll call this bag meats. Oh yeah, that is meats. Yeah. So there we go. Some more wood. I got 50 gold off of Dapplewood, which is good. Okay, that's gonna sell. That's gonna sell. That I'm gonna carry with me. That sells. That should go back in reagents or whatever. Yeah. And then, oh, aggressive stance, yeah. But my points are out. Yeah, I'm out of points. I'm worried that I have points in things that, well, no. Yeah, I'm worried that I have points in things that I don't need, but I don't know. I don't think I do is the problem. I've really pretty much balanced this character perfectly. There might be improvements I can make, but they're minute. Yeah, we're gonna take out any of the paws and stuff that sell for gold. Yeah, so let's like do some sorting here. I've been putting it off for too long. So I don't him talking makes it hard for me to think. So I'm gonna because I'm trying to like listen to what he's saying. So I'm gonna wait. I mean, yeah, I guess it is a serviceable thing. Because you can like yeah, and I'm gonna just try and do this, like get some room. Sabura, I guess I'll put that in here. Wood, more paws, coal, niter, Meat. I gotta cycle that, I guess. Meats should go here. Will you stack? Nope. And then here, will you stack? Nope. Will you stack? Nope. So, I guess I will do a second meat box. Meat. Pause. Small, rough white opal. I guess I'll put that in there. Yellow sepia. I guess I'll do food and stuff in here. I guess we could do processed food here. Yeah, and that keeps it a little bit more uniform. Meat. Gotta cycle these pig corpses. Leather. Bandages. Heads. That's my head. I can just get rid of it. Banded head. This sound is funny. Yeah, these, I think these small rough ambers, they actually sell. So I guess I'll keep a box full of gems, I guess, and just stack them. Yeah, why not? Cool, more emulge. That's good. That's more money. Bone tissue. Emulge. Ichor. Wolf brush, which I believe is actually like a processed food thing. Nympherb is alchemy, and I think I've got like kind of an alchemy container there. Yep. Those can stack. This comes down here a bit. This goes here, good, and then here, good, and we have a stack of tallow. That's good. I suppose I could sell those things. Empty. Pitch, which should go, I think, with the alchemy stuff. There's a ring that should go in the ring box. I suppose the copper rings just aren't really that good. But I don't know. I could deal with them one day. You know, that's not that bad. Rings. Emulge. Campfire, which I suppose is kind of like wasteful because you can just buy those from vendors. And these arrows, broadhead arrow, I suppose could come with me. Look at any other things here. There's saddles, so we'll move all the saddles to that box. This stuff belongs up here. I think I want to keep that with that stuff, and I don't know why, but a green spear went in there. I'll put it in my inventory. Processed foods and stuff. There's more malarium. 5876 malarium. That'll sell. Blood ore. Sea dew. I guess I'll keep like green stuff in this box. This chicken needs to be processed. Horn, which is good. 7,000 horn. That'll add up. We have, there, I want to see. Okay, so this bag can come down. Oh, that would sound gruesome. We have some empty bags in case we ever need to dump entire sets or anything like that. We have, yep, empty bags, saddles. Okay, that's everything. So I believe that's everything. We've got a little bit more organization here. Every day I'm going to do this and just try to keep it a little bit more uniform so I can like function, you know. And then yeah, these things, I think the hoofs actually sell. So I think I will start stacking these, and when I get a full stack, I will just sell them because I think they have usages. Everything in the game has usage. Yeah, so these single things, they're going to get a box. Yeah, like that. Oh, I guess that is a full stack, is it? Okay. Tordog paws, wolf paws and tusks. I guess I'll keep a wood stack in this. There's more food. Yeah, bandages should be in the main box. I guess I could make a couple of set boxes. Like the bottom bag, we could make I'm sorry, we could keep a bag up here that represents a set box that I can keep like 2.5 sets in, and that's what I'm gonna do. There we go. Because sets are hard to keep, but I mean, not in a house, I guess. I like the game when it's cozy like this and it's not annoying me and I'm not dying a ton. It's a good game. There, more set, right? Yeah, and we just keep sets in the first box. We'll keep 2 empty boxes. PvP gold, bahaha. What does that mean? Is it that one? I don't know. I don't know which one it is. Oh, oops, there's some more worms. A saddle for this saddle box. Books, I guess Arthropoda and Mountain Spider Master. I guess I do need a book box. Yeah, I suppose I do. I'll put books in that town hall vendor thing in there. Yep, lots of meats and stuff. So everything's a lot more organized. I suppose this should go. That box is filling up. Oh, there's a book. I guess I'll do books and scrolls is what I'll do. Books and scrolls. Magic bag. Hoof bag. How did I name these? How do you name these bags? I don't remember. Magic bag. I don't really need a name. I can see what's in them. Jewelry. Animal stuff. So paws go here. Tallow goes there. Leather goes there. Meat. Empty bag. Which one? Which one was this? It was like that one. Yeah. So I want 2 empty bags right here. They'll be for sets. Yep. Then, oh, that goes in the hoof box. This goes in the hoof box. This goes in the meat box, which is like full. Magic. Hooves. How do I rename? I don't remember. Oars. Meat. A little bit more organized. That's good. So I guess we'll keep spears with sets. Spear, 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 and we'll keep like spare spears in there. Yep, in there. That's a little bit more uniform. Tallow, emulge, tallow, emulge, tallow. What? Tallow, chicken meat. Oops. Put that there, I guess. Tallow. Okay. Head, bone tissue. Food for a mount. Arrows. I'm gonna take a bow. Oh, I don't have any money. Oops. I'm gonna take 5 gold. 60 bandages. Okay, and 5 gold. Maybe I'll buy a horse, I guess. I don't know. I want to buy a bow. Take 77. 117, 77. Buy. And then, oops. Oh, I should look at the dailies. There's foraging is Carotin. I'll take it, accept. Oops. No, we're not going to do boar chunk. We're going to drop that one and we'll take Carotin. That's a good daily. Right on. Hunting is wolves, which I don't think I have a hunting task. I don't, so we'll take wolves. That's good. Those are good dailies. Let's see. And then we have the scout. Hey, there were good dailies today. Yay. Let's see if Carotin is sitting here, but probably not. Just gonna grab some peaches since probably nobody's done it. I am in Jita. I came back here for something, but I don't remember what. Oh yeah, my clones. So jump into this clone. Get into a council diplo. Switch the skin. Oh, Carotin. Thank you. Yoinks. I'll take a parcel to deliver to Tindrum just so I have it. Okay, maybe I should learn how to fish, huh? I don't know. Taskmaster fishing. I want to mount, but I think I would prefer to pay for one. And so I will. I'll buy, like, you know, whatever I can get my hands on, like a horse, and I'll take the horse for like 5 gold over there to the pig so I don't have to walk. 8 gold. I don't want to spend more than 8 gold on this, so. Oh, I didn't get arrows. Oops. But let's get the mount first. And I'll buy armor for it. I'll get a horse and I'll go get a pig, and hopefully the horse and the pig are or well, I don't know. Let's see. I could just go get a pig. It's not that hard. I have some stuff stockpiled up. I guess I could take off on a wolf and go kill wolves. Oh, I'm over encumbered, am I? Okay, why? I'm not, though. I'm not over encumbered. Oh, I'm over encumbered by armor weight? Okay. Oh, like 2 pounds over. Shit. Okay, we'll go take off this heavy chest piece. Oh, I should probably feed the wolf. That's a lot less armor, but it weighs a lot less. Alright. It's that. That's the problem. I'm wearing way too heavy pants. There we go. The pants were too heavy. This set should work, yeah. Cool. So how do I look? Like I'm not wearing pants. Okay, I am going out on my wolf. Oh, I gotta get some food. I ate. The wolf is not hungry. Is the wolf locked? Yes, he is. I want him to grow. Pet points are 19 out of 73, so he'll keep going. Yeah, 102. Okay, we got a nice big fast mount. So I am going out to get wolves. So we'll go hunt wolves. Oh, before I leave town, I want to. Oh, I didn't buy goddamn arrows. Oops. Oops.
See what I have for you. Thank you. Nice talking to you. I have what you're looking for. Deal. Welcome back anytime.
The wolf can run for a long time. No. No, no. Where are they? Oh, God, I ran through the bandit camp. Terrible. Oh, Elvis. Fuck. Oh, that's a bush pig? I thought it was a wolf.
Autopilot engaged.
Oops. What's that sound? Stop, 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 stop.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
Damn it! No! No, no, no.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Ah! How did you miss, piece of shit developer? Oh, just run, just run, just run, just run, just run, just run, just run. No! How did this go so badly? I don't have a spear, you fucking idiot! How did you not get a spear? Where am I? Oh, how did this go so badly?
Approaching Stargate.
Ah. Come on, man. Goddamn garbage ass game. How do I not have my spear? I very much put it, I was very careful to be like, I have a spear on my bar. I'm checking, you know, and it's like, motherfucker, I know what it is. Your garbage ass UI, your garbage ass UI. Your garbage ass UI didn't do my goddamn spear transfer. I know what it is. How often on this stream in the last 4 fucking years have I left town without a weapon? It's just like, Jesus Christ. Fucking so annoying. So annoying.
Approaching Stargate.
So fucking annoying. How did you leave town without a fucking spear?
Autopilot jumping.
It's because of the piece of shit-ass developer and his piece of shit-ass fucking feckless carelessness about the UI and the goddamn passing the cost of the business on to the consumer. I'm not fucking losing my set over it, but I'm definitely leaving the game today. I'm getting off the game after 40 minutes. No, about an hour and a half. God fucking damn it. So fucking annoying. I'm not walking. I'm gonna be nice to myself. I'm not walking. I'm not fucking walking. That's not happening. Oops. What am I doing? Get out of it. See, the garbage UI. I can't really stand the garbage UI.
Approaching Stargate.
So annoying. Get up. Where's the other spear? What'd you do with it? I had 2 spears. I equipped one. What'd you do with that other spear? You fucking left it here. I swear to God, it probably is my fault, but it's so dumb. It's because the UI is garbage. It doesn't do transfers the way you want it to. I did take this spear and put it on me. I put it on my thing. But because their UI is garbage, I didn't know that you can't transfer a fucking spear from your bank to your goddamn fucking slot. You can't do it because they're a brain dead, piece of shit, deadbeat goddamn developer that passed the cost of business on to the consumer. Like all the other goddamn developers. And I can't even get a fucking spear equipped in your fucking 23-year-old game, you goddamn brain dead piece of shit cocksucker fucking developer. See, I'm like still fighting with it. I think I see 3 spears. How do I have 3 spears? I don't know. There, see, finally. God damn it, you're so fucking dumb. Piece of shit fucking developers. They drive me so crazy. Get out of my way, you fucking ballerina idiots. Ooh, I spin in battle, you fucking ballerina fucking ballerinas.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Give me a horse. Of course. Oh, no. Okay. Let's go.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
You know, I better go the way that I originally went. Because I'm not really going the right way.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
My God, you're a nag. Hurry up. Is he locked? No.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
At least I'm probably going to be able to recover here pretty easy. That's the nice part of it. And all I really lost was that crappy wolf. Why did you spawn goddamn 5 mobs on me, you fucking cocksucker developer? Why the fuck did you do that? It's like what they did with Scum. They like started spawning puppets right on top of you, I believe.
Approaching
And it killed the
Stargate.
community. It like killed the community. I've read so much stuff about that. That's what this reminds me of a bit. It's like this guy, that's just another way that the developers suck dick. They want you to die, but the problem is the things that they want to kill you get you before you've had your full run. And that's so stupid. Like Rust has this nice balance where, yeah, the wolf might kill you, but, you know, it's probably not for a while, you know? This is like, you might die, go running out. You know, it's so stupid. But the sandbox doesn't care about your feelings, so... I mean, whatever. I mean, it was my fault that I didn't bring a spear. I mean, I don't know. It's my fault that I didn't bring a spear. I guess. I deserve this. But I mean, I checked the spear. Is what I'm so angry about. It is the developer. I checked the goddamn spear. I dragged the spear to my slot, thinking that it would do it. But the game's so goddamn incompetent, it can't fucking drag an item from your bank to your goddamn inventory slot. It's so fucking stupid. This was not me. It is the piece of shit developer that fucking caused this. And I swear to God, I'm not going to look bully developers like I usually do. This is developer. It's fucking stupid. It's goddamn stupid. I dragged that spear to my fucking slot. I remember doing it. I was like very clear. It looked like it let me do it. It didn't. Fucking piece of shit ass developers. Fucking sick of their goddamn incompetence. You keep adding content. I need you to make the game good. I need you to make the goddamn game good. See, I can't even like open my inventory without fighting the goddamn garbage UI. And he said he improved it. Yeah, right.
Autopilot jumping.
Well, since the horse is now my pet, I fucking feed him. Look around for those fucking wolves, and maybe I won't get goddamn bandit spawn aggro instantly. Ah, yes, here we are. We are at the camp, yeah. I could just stay here and kill black wolves. Ah! What the fuck was that?
Approaching Stargate.
Please live. Please live. Please live. Please live. Please live. Please live. 5 seconds. Oh, I lived. My stiganthrope. Ah, fuck you guys. So stressful.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Well, this kind of keeps me out of view, but I don't know. Get out of my fucking way. Get out of my way. Did you wedge me in here? You did. Like, see how bad the developer is? They don't really have a sense of, like, how to design it all. It's weird. This is like a whole fake town. It's like a whole fake town with no content to it. If you can understand how dumb the developer is and why, like, once human and stuff is like has more promise, just because the AI that they use to develop the game is literally more competent than fucking like real humans like Hemrick. I'm sorry, but it is. That horse wedging me in there, that just wouldn't ever happen in Once Human. That's not gonna happen. Not once. It's because the game has real weight and like physics in the world and stuff, and everything has like reality to it. So the horse is like blocking you, but the problem is, why make the house like that, where you know the horse blocking you just fucks you. You know. I know other wolf spawns around here. I'm slowly learning the game.
Approaching Stargate.
I should definitely keep bandaging and probably rest. You know, I'd rather go to like a house to do that where I'm out of sight. Because we're like on the main
Autopilot
thoroughfare
jumping.
road. There's a Belvis. I don't know if they aggroed.
Warping
Let's
to
go in this
Stargate.
guy's house. This house looks cool.
Warp drive active.
Shower facilities. It never happened. This is a magic vendor.
Let me show you.
Wow.
Welcome back. Anytime.
Nice. Well, now, wow. Oh no, get the fuck out of my way. Yeah. So yeah, I guess I'll rest in there, but I want you to stay out here. I mean, that's inconspicuous. They might see it, but because there's no player, they might not, do anything.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to station. Warp drive active. Approaching station. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Docking permission requested. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Oops. Wow. Oh yeah, I hit D. Oops.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Sorry, I'm just helping my corp. They asked a question about skills, and I just started rattling off goddamn rookie help answers, and it took me like half an hour. So I'm immortal. I logged out. I died, didn't I? No, I didn't die. I just logged out. I think I should probably actually get back in, maybe. I was just standing there. I didn't hear anything bad happen, so. Perseus Vanguard. Oh, nice. Ooh. What's her skill? She's a level 4 morale, or a 2.5 piloting. Her piloting sucks, but oh well. Oh, oops. Uh,
planet, my assessment would be the same, but I suspect your assessment would also be the same, regardless of their politics. It could be the most woke nation on the planet, and you probably would still have the same assessment because the criticisms against Iran's domestic affairs or the backwards, super fundamentalist attitudes that its administration has is utterly irrelevant in this calculation, okay? It's simply a way for people to say, oh, it seems like you care about Iran, you love Iran because you love fundamentalist attitudes, you're an Islamist. Anyway, Israel wants to strike Iran, knowing full well that Iran will, of course, retaliate in kind. Iran is the only regional power that has the ambition and the military prowess to be able to respond to Israel in violent retaliation. They have demonstrated as such earlier this past year, if you recall. They've been able to penetrate all of the Arrow and what is it, like David Slingshot or whatever, like all the different missile systems that Israel has, and even U.S. Central Command cooperating with all the allied forces in the region to thwart Iranian missiles and intercept them and stop them from penetrating the Iron Dome and the Israeli security umbrella. They failed. They hit Tel Aviv. That was a major blow to Israel, thinking that they can continue conducting their affairs in the ways that they are without any sort of retaliation whatsoever. Having said that, Israel, I think, wants to, knowing full well that Iran will retaliate, I think Israel wants to strike Iran and have the American government come to bail them out. This is the final ambition of Israel. Here's Donald Trump talking about how little confidence he has in making a deal with Iran.
So, Camp David, you were just there, and you with the generals and the admirals and Marco Rubio. What were you talking about?
Well, I can't tell you exactly, but it was a pleasure. Without discussing anything, look, we had a meeting, a very important meeting, and really talked about many subjects.
Iran, Ukraine,
one of
Russia.
them were, all of that. It's all big topics, especially when you have generals and admirals.
Do you think you're going to be able to stop Iran from enriching its?
I don't know. I did think so, and I'm getting more and more less confident about it. They seem to be delaying, and I think that's a shame. But I'm less confident now than I would have been a couple of months ago. Something happened to them, but I am much less confident of a deal being made. I would have said,
chat, what could it be? First of all, these guys are diplomats who are self-interested in survival, okay? I wonder what could have caused Iran to be less confident in American assurances. The very fact that they're even entertaining a back and forth conversation with Donald Trump, who very famously over Iran, even though Iran was literally following the Barack Obama denuclearization agreement after Donald Trump ripped it apart, and even after he actually implemented sanctions, regardless of the fact that they still kept continuing to abide by these standards set. I wonder how Iran is suspicious. Perhaps it might have something to do with the fact that you brought Steve Witkoff into the region, talked to Hamas directly, and then lied to Hamas directly, okay, about offering assurances that aid would flow through into the Gaza Strip as long as Hamas released Idan Alexander, the American-Israeli dual citizen who was a military captive, he was a prisoner of war. And then what happened? Because the talks were being had in the background while that was the Iranian denuclearization agreement was being flushed out while the Trump administration stupidly over Hamas. I wonder if that played a role in making Iran feel as though you are not on board with honoring any sort of agreement, but instead you're just simply looking for any opportunity you can to potentially send in troops to the region and defend Israel. That could be one of the reasons
that a deal would be made.
Something happened to
By the way, that is spectacularly stupid statecraft right there, okay? What they did to Hamas, where Hamas was so desperate, where they were like, all right, we'll trust the Americans. They're talking to us directly. They're cutting Israel out of the equation. Everybody in the region knows Israel is the spoiler in this negotiation. And maybe because of the way that Israel is perceived globally, like Americans will finally do the right thing and get Israel to back away, step down. Maybe America will finally stop its genocide, because this is not just Israel's genocide, this is America's genocide as well. But maybe America, being one step removed from the ethnic cleansing campaign, will perhaps be a little bit more restrained. Turns out, no, they aren't interested in that at all. they're still willing to sick Israel as America's attack dog on everyone in the region. So of course the Iranian envoys would be a little bit more restrained from coming to the table and abiding by whatever deal that they're trying to present, especially when the deal that they're trying to present is a maximalist one. An Iranian source told Al Mayadeen any Israeli military action against Iranian nuclear facilities will be met with an unprecedented response from Tehran. Psyops on steroids? What is this? This is not a do it then explain scenario where Israel carries out a surprise attack on Iran despite U.S. refusal and forces the U.S. to come into its protection. It's the U.S. who is delegating Israel to attack Iran on his behalf, sponsor surrogate. Yeah, I think so too. Former U.S. official tells me this is what we would do if we or Israel were about to go kinetic. In recent months, U.S. intelligence officials have grown increasingly concerned that Israel might choose to strike Iran's nuclear facilities without the U.S., without the consent of the United States. U.S. shrinks presence in the Middle East amid fears of Israeli strike on Iran. Israel needs U.S. tankers to actually reach Iran. Israel also needs the U.S. to defend Israel when Iran retaliates to Israel. Buy Saudi oil tanks. I mean, Saudi oil is cooked in the process. That, I think, is a response that universalizes the pain. And I suspect that Iran is holding out on that, lighting all of the oil refineries on fire for a special occasion. What will the Trump supporters say? Why is this ass always having fun when like it's popping off? He was at the UFC when like he was like, I'm sending the National Guard. Now he's at the Kennedy Center in a tuxedo while the world might actually collapse in and of itself.
You're a New York guy, you've been to a billion theaters. Do you remember your first theater production?
What are these questions, man? We're going to war with Iran. Why is everyone in the media not asking, hey, what the are you doing here? You deployed the troops in Los Angeles. You're trying to spark chaos domestically while there's potentially an international incident that is 5 seconds to midnight, and you're over here asking him questions about like, oh, Mr. President, who gave you this suit? It looks so good. Tonight, upon leaving the White House, when asked by the press why the dependents of U.S. military personnel are being authorized to leave the Middle East, Mr. President says, you'll have to see, thank you. What?
Autopilot jumping.
You'll have to see, thank you. We're actually leaving the Middle East. We're leaving it. We're no longer defending Israel. That's right. Many of you said to me, Mr. President, you are not a real MAGA communist. I told him I'm Mao Zedong. I'm JD Pandan. We're pulling out of the Middle East. We're pulling out. No more defense of Israel. Enough is enough. You'll have to see. Bye-bye. The real surprise is I talked to the Ayatollah. He's a good guy. He's a good guy. Very funny hat. Very cool guy. I'm pulling out just like Elon should have pulled out 13 times, but he didn't because he's crazy. He's got so many kids. Elon, I'm pulling out of the region. Bye-bye, Israel. I will restore the 12 imams, and the new caliphate will be Shia. The future of Islam is Shia. I'm doing an executive order to celebrate Nowruz. That's right, they call it Nowruz. It's the new year. Many of you thought I got money from the Gulf states, so I wanted to do Sunni Islam. I only want Shia Islam. It's jihad summer, as Laura Loomer said. Isn't she a foxy woman? Oh, Melania's right next to me, but she is a foxy. Melania also agrees. Laura Loomer said it's the summer of jihad. Salman Rushdie, he's in the back of my car. He's in the trunk. He's kidnapped. We took him. We're giving him directly to the Ayatollah. That's right. Salman Rushdie, bye-bye. No more books. We're sending him. And I am issuing a fatwa myself on Salman Rushdie. God, I enjoy it so much. I enjoy Iranian Trump. Shia supremacist Trump. Senior advisor to Iran's Supreme National Council claims Iran has obtained a trove of Israeli intelligence documents. A trusted media advisor to Iran's top security body has posted details of what Iran alleges to be a massive Israeli intelligence breach, including nuclear secrets, internal missile files, and blackmail material allegedly used by Netanyahu's office. The claims have yet to be verified and documents have yet to be released for a public review. Oh, this is too good to be true. It's too good to be true. When I see stuff like this, I'm like, no shot, you know? But the source, a no media proxy, is often used by Iranian authorities to release sensitive information before official acknowledgement. According to the thread, Iran now possesses Israel's 4-year nuclear development roadmap, including plans for military nuclear facilities, infrastructure, and technical processes, classified details on U.S. weapons imports to Israel, along with storage locations, Records of large bribes paid to 4 prominent Arab figures to support the Abraham Accords. Complete intelligence profiles of 23 senior Israeli spies, including their contacts across the region. Personal data of 6 million users across Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Telegram. Sensitive infrastructure plan on Israeli electricity, water, telecom, postal, transport, and health systems. Files on 400,000 legal cases, including criminal, judicial, police, and intelligence-related cases. Detailed information on Israeli prisons and prisoners, including charges and classifications. Personal files on Benjamin Netanyahu and his wife, covering medical records, legal complaints, bribery allegations, and threats used to silence accusers. 6 4-terabyte hard drives and 1,720 pages of secret documents from Netanyahu's private office, portions of Mossad's classified archives, private surveillance data on Netanyahu's political opponents, including hidden cameras placed in their homes, and hacked data from their phones and laptops, allegedly used for blackmail, thousands of high-resolution aerial images of Israeli cities, ports, and key infrastructure, over 40,000 hours of CCTV footage from secure political, military, and government sites, a banned recording of a heated Knesset debate involving Netanyahu, reportedly erased from official Israeli archives. We'll be tracking this closely and updating as more details emerge. Bro, this would be, oh my god, this would be the real nuke if this was, no shot it's real. This seems so incredible. They can't release it unless they fully verify all files, because the files contain stolen, hacked Iran documents, and they would be shooting themselves in the foot. Even if they drip fed like a fraction of this information, oh my god. Oh my god, this is the real content nuke, dude. Holy, oh my god. I think it would nuke my libido because I would nut so hard. I would have no more cummies left in my body. This would explain the change in negotiation attitude that Trump spoke about. I mean, this kind of, you know, everyone's asking me like, oh, are you going to go to the No Kings protest? There might not be a king
I am.
left. Iran might be doing the No Kings protest itself if this trove of data is real. Even if one of these 15 bullet points is real, it's explosive. Nothing that they have revealed here, not a single one of these is negligible. Maybe this, like classified details on U.S. weapon imports to Israel, but even then, that's huge. Iran hasn't revealed the documents it claims to have obtained, but some Iranian sources say they include intel on secret Israeli nuclear sites allegedly hidden under civilian infrastructure.
Thank God I could do that. I might have just died right there.
Nuclear bombs. Meanwhile, Netanyahu convened a high-level Iran meeting today, including Ben-Gvir and sponsors, just after a call with Trump. Tensions are ratcheting up. It will be key to see if Iran's counter-proposal is enough for another round of talks. I mean, it would be the most, like, Iranian thing to basically have all of this information, never reveal it, and use it to their own advantage to get Trump to say, you have to let us enrich uranium, instead of just leaking at least some of it, you know what I mean? Even if it was real, which again, we don't know, but it would be totally in line with what Iran has done so far, to just be like, hey, you can keep doing the ethnic cleansing and stuff, like, honestly, but like, please don't bomb us, and we will not release it if it was real. Wait, what? IAEA chief says information stolen by Iran refers to Israeli nuclear research site in the first outside confirmation of Tehran's claims to have obtained a vast trove of Israeli intelligence. Grossi says documents seem to refer to Sorek nuclear research facility. The head of the International Atomic Energy said Monday that the information Iran claimed it seized regarding Israel's nuclear program seems to refer to the country's Sorek nuclear research center, the first acknowledgement outside of Tehran of the theft. The Prime Minister's office had no immediate response to the remarks, who spoke during a news conference in Vienna. The alleged theft comes at a time of renewed tensions over Iran's nuclear program, which enriches uranium, a short technical step away from weapons-grade level. I mean, this isn't like a confirmation of the leak necessarily. It's just a confirmation that a breach took place. He did not elaborate on where he received the information, though IAEA maintains a confidential reporting system for nations to report security incidents involving their nuclear programs. Sorek, located 20 kilometers south of Tel Aviv, is a national laboratory for nuclear science established in Israel in 1958, engaged in nuclear science, radiation safety, and applied physics. This is the real content nuke, for sure. Iran's defense minister Aziz Nazirzadeh warned that if the U.S. launched an attack on Iran, Tehran would retaliate by striking U.S. bases across the region, saying, if a conflict is imposed on us, all U.S. bases are within our reach, and we will boldly target them in host countries. On Tuesday, CENTCOM head General Michael Eric Kurilla told Congress that he has provided President Trump and the Pentagon with a wide range of options. Dude, by the way, any sort of escalated conflict between Iran, Israel, and the United States of America is entirely in the hands of Donald Trump, and is yet another glaringly obvious example for all of those dumbass Trump supporters to eat it, because it's yet another glaringly obvious example, perhaps the most significant escalation of tensions, more so than like Ukraine and Israel doing a genocide in Gaza combined. Okay, if you were to say Joe Biden is to blame for those two, this would be such a ginormous spectacle and so costly in terms of human life that it would look like nothing. It would look like a blip. And it's all because of Donald Trump's idiotic way of managing the situation, which is still a continuation of like the Democratic Party as well, because American foreign policy is uniparty. But someone had to, put the brakes on this. Mr. Peaceful
Autopilot
Dove
jumping.
thought he was gonna, said he was gonna do it. Iran's greatest power here, and this chatter is right, is not even striking Israel. Iran could wipe out Tel Aviv, and that wouldn't be as consequential for America, okay? However, if Iran wipes out the oil refineries in the entire region and creates a global oil crisis, that in and of itself is, I don't even know what that would be. I don't know if you could call that World War III, And yeah, even the back and forth has caused oil prices to surge on fears of escalation in the Middle East. As of 1:39 today, only a couple hours ago, holy moly. Would China get involved in this? I mean, if there was a global event, yes, China would have to
Approaching
intervene.
station.
This touches everyone. Iran's real nuclear option is not hitting Israel, and is certainly not hitting American bases in Iraq, okay? Understand, hitting American bases in Iraq is, as far as order of priority, the lowest order of priority in terms of Iranian retaliation is killing a couple troops in Iraq. This is America's calculation, not mine. An increasingly more worrisome prospect would be if Iran struck Tel Aviv and killed like Israeli civilians. That would still be not as consequential from America's calculation as crippling the Israeli nuclear facilities, or crippling like Israel in its entirety in a very significant manner that disrupts America's grand design in the region. But the actual nuclear option here would be to blow up the oil refineries in the region. If Iran were to light the oil refineries in the
Docking
region
permission
on
requested.
fire, this would cause complete collapse. This would be a global affair. If Iran wipes out the oil, I think all American allied countries will band together to invade, wipe out Iran to maintain the peace. Don't you think so? Who will step in to defend Iran? China. Iran is
Docking
China's
permission
power
requested.
player in this
Docking request
region,
accepted.
in the way that that Saudi Arabia is for America. And normally China is incredibly restrained,
Autopilot
sometimes to a
disabled.
fault. But this would also collapse the Chinese industry and would cause severe economic harm to China. Because if Iran blows up and their refining capabilities are destroyed, then that hurts China. It hurts Russia too, but it's China is the more significant party. Obviously, Russia has its own affairs to deal with. Make your biggest haters your biggest customers. Sigma mindset. Hashtag masculinity. Hashtag daily grind. Hashtag Sigma mindset. Yeah, Venezuelan oil would look a lot tastier if the entire development capabilities of Iran and Saudi Arabia were just wiped out.
BRICS is a really interesting
Israel fully ready
thing.
to launch Iran operation. U.S. officials told Bloomberg. Breaking. U.S. officials have been told Israel is fully ready to launch an operation into Iran. This is part of the reason the U.S. advised some Americans to leave the region. U.S. anticipates Iran could retaliate on certain U.S. sites in Iraq. Witkoff is planning to meet with Iran for the 6th round of talks this Sunday. Oh my lord. Oh my lordy. What the is going on, man? President of peace. Greatest peace president, by the way.
It's odd, I'm looking around for a cooking device. They must have put it upstairs. No, there's no upstairs. So, wow, they seal their base for some reason. They're rich because they live on, like, Horse Paddock Hill or whatever. It's insane. Well, I don't know. I think riding the Razorback is probably wiser. Am I overweight? No. Ah. Well, the horse served his purpose. Now I need scoundrels. I suppose I was actually where I should have been. Oh, oh, oh. Oh. Yeah. Okay, let's go lose this set. You know, there's really no reason to bring this pig down here, but I don't know. I don't know. I would rather have the pig fight with me. Ooh, I hear metal. Oh, good. I don't think he saw me. I'm gonna fuck him up. Don't. Let's leave. I didn't even have to use my pet. No! Oh, wait, no. I thought that meant the guard was on me. I was like, don't kill me here. Don't kill me here. Come here, pig. Come here, pig. Come here. Yes, you. Here. I'm going to use the pig to block the doorway. And while I heal, this is like a murder chamber. And I'm just going to sit here for 2.5 minutes like an asshole. I'm going to block the pipeline. I'm going to kill anybody who comes. And I'm going to leave when my fucking timer runs out, because I hate this timer. And I'm going to go bank his set. That guy tried to duel me earlier, and I turned him down. I just ran. Waiting for my cooldowns. I can't go outside for another like minute 20, or sorry, yeah, like a minute 20, because or a minute 30, or no, it's like 2 minutes. I can't go outside for another 2 minutes. Yeah, 120 seconds, right? Because the guards will just kill me, and I want his kit. It's a worthless kit to me, but I mean, I want his kit. Actually, I don't know. That thing is really good. It weighs too much, but I mean, it's a nice set. It might be better than my set, except I can't wear this much weight, or I don't know, 2.4, 5. Yeah, I can't wear this much weight. It's like 17 pounds or something like that. I'm not wearing pants for some reason. This makes me overweight though, huh? Yeah. I had to take the pants off. I took my pants off. I don't know where my pants are. He's like, why aren't you wearing pants? I don't know. I don't know, buddy. I don't have pants. "58 seconds, and I gotta wait out the whole fucking timer too. I want to see if he comes back down here, because I'll waste him twice. I don't think he can beat me. He can beat me if we fight. But if I surprise him, like if he comes around the corner, sees the pig, like goes and attacks it, and I charge him, that could be bad for him. If I land like the first nasty hit and then sick the pig on him while I fight him, I bet it's just enough damage. I bet the pig chunks him. But I mean, I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think he wants to come down here and try again. This was a good kill. I embarrassed this guy, and I pulled something like 30 gold off him or something. Yeah, I think it is like 30 gold. Yeah, I think it is 30 gold. Yeah. Okay, 5 seconds, and I can just walk out of here. But this is where you stay when you have to wait out a timer. Okay, now we go disable criminal actions, so I don't look as threatening at first, right? So they think, oh, he's not going to attack me. But I am. I'm gonna fucking attack him if he comes through right now. I'm gonna keep the spear out because he might be coming around the corner right about now. It might have taken him a while to get a kid on and come back here. But I mean, yeah, if he's coming, it'll be like right here. It'll be like right here. He might run into me like right here. We'll see. I don't mind. I can run to the guards. I don't have a criminal timer. So that was a good mortal kill. I should log while I'm ahead instead of losing both sets. But I mean, hey, I lost this, or no, I didn't lose a set today. I've not lost a set today. This is better than most mortal days go. A really good solid kill and no deaths. And I should log while I'm ahead. I know I should. I should just log while I'm ahead. I don't know. Or I could do something constructive like chop wood or something. I mean, that was constructive. Getting 2 kits like that. That was constructive. We should go stash his kit in my base. Right? I don't know. It's safe right now in the town. I mean, I suppose I could lose it doing that, but I'm not going to lose this set. I'm just going to drag it back there. I forgot his head. I forgot his goddamn head. Damn it, I forgot his head. I forgot his head. I really got to remember. Remember the head. Remember the head. Remember the head. Ah, I forgot his... I left his head on the ground. Damn it. I should go back. I think it'll stay there for a while. I don't know. I should just bank his kit. I had the room in the bank because I spent some time sorting today. I was like, what if I pull 2 kits really fast and I need some place to put them? There's nowhere to put them, right? And so I even arranged the bank so I could do this. I could dump like all of his kit. See it? I even arranged the bank. See, look, I can just dump it. I can dump it. All this crap, all of it. Yep, dump all of it. Yeah, and then, I don't know, you might need some food. Let's see. Yep, Doug, do you need food? Do you need food? Yes, you do. Okay, so, what about you? Oh, he has stuff. So, I'm going to open the meats bag. I don't know why it was the same guy. It was the same guy who tried to duel me this morning who I ignored. And then I dissed him even further by kicking his ass in the motherfucking dungeon. But I don't know, like, I don't know. I didn't mean to really. I didn't mean it to be him. I didn't mean to insult him both times. And I said good fight in the chat, you know? Whatever. Yeah, just put it away for now or whatever. Or yeah, yeah, that's good. That works. There, okay. Let's go back and get his head. Because it's my head. You know? And then I'm going to take it home. Or no, I'm just going to continue to try to get quest progress. Let's see if I can kill him again. Second time he might win, but I mean I banked this set, so I mean we're even right now. Oh, I went the wrong way. Well, I'll go this way. It's faster. That was good. I like the adrenaline from a mortal kill. It felt like pretty good. Although he really did not react fast. He was like, I don't understand, and I was like, I don't know why you don't understand. You're sitting here with this expensive kit down here in the dungeon. There's like a sewer grate. I forgot that was there. It is a good game when you're not losing. God damn it. Why am I not seeing the entrance to the fucking cave? I know it's here. There. Yawn Razorback. That'll do, pig. Let's hope he came back down here in the interim. was hoping to hear like cling, cling as he was fighting an outlaw. Yeah, fighting by the door is probably not really wise. Oh, look, it is somebody. He has a tour dog. Oh, look, I'm going to waste you. Yes, he aggroed 3 people. I've got him. Oh, you're fucked now, you bitch. Why won't you swing? I'm gonna let him honorably do this. What? Ah, I blocked the wrong way. No. Good fight. So this was good mortal stuff. I like this. I'll come back later when it's not the middle of the day. Good fight. You know what I'm saying? Send me home. It was a good fight. Fuck yeah. Fuck. I treated him with honor. I didn't attack till the fucking mobs were all knocked. And then I went for the fucking hit. I got nothing on him because he's full plate or whatever, which I just don't understand. And then he outplayed me with his stupid ballerina bullshit. Which I don't care to learn. Because I play too many games and I just don't care about that. That's the breakdown. I admit that he's better than me. I don't care to be as good as him at this game. I'll play it for 20 years or whatever, but I don't care about being that good at this. Ah. I mean, I guess I can log here. I mean, it was a good session. I think it was a good session. I banked a kit. I lost the kit. I think it's fine. The kit that I got was better than the kit I lost. I didn't spend much money on that kit. It was like, you know, what was it, like 13 gold or something? And I made like, I don't know, 100 gold today, I think. Like, sure, the sword is worth at least 20 gold something. I mean, I did great here. I did great. I do not, what do you mean you cannot log out while flagged as a criminal? Bullshit, I can't log out while flagged as a criminal. Suck my dick. You thought about that? Don't tell me what to do, piece of shit developer. I'll log for my game if I want to, fascist shithead. Don't tell me what to do, shithead developer. I'll log off the game if I want to. This isn't this isn't what's that fucking shit? Oh, what's that shit? It's Sword Art Online. This is not Sword Art Online, Hemrick. I'll fucking log off your fucking game if I want to, jackass developer. I'll log off that motherfucking game if I want to. Yeah, you can't log. Yeah, right. What is this? Sword Art Online? You can't log. Yeah, sure. Oh, there's a fight tonight? Nice. Gotta remember there's a fight tonight at like 8 or 9. I'll be tired, but I'll do it. Bump into private first. Get led.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I love 76. I won't lie, I love this game so much. I love this fire station because there's no mobs. I should just live here at the fire station. I should make my next base right the fuck here. Because I come here every day. It's like the only place you really need to live because it's like... Yeah, you're like, can I get like an oversight base by this? This is a smart place to build. And I could just do a stacking high... I could do a base that's really, really fucking high. And just do a what do they call that? A 2x2. Or like a 4x4. Like a 4x4 maybe. Yeah, and then just put a fucking staircase in the back right corner that just goes all the way the fuck up. Maybe I'll build a base by Charleston because I know there's no mobs here. Mobs don't come here for some reason. It's like they don't want you to be harassed while you get your daily lead. It's something that, I swear to God, I swear to God, that's Nate Perkypile. You can see it. He thought about it. He's like, the best lead in the game is the firehouse. So I don't want mobs there because the noobs can come there freely if they need to. You know? You can tell that there was some care put into the game. That they thought quite a lot about it.
Active.
They sat at night dreaming about stories to tell and stuff. Like, they really had a lot of fun making this, I think. But they also had a lot of fear, I think, too. An unacceptable amount of fear. The fucking internet shit on this game, and it just wasn't fair. This game is so good. Come on, man. Whatever.
Approaching Stargate.
God damn, man, I came to private to try and make sure this was, like, actually populated, but it wasn't. God damn it. I don't... oh, yeah. I suppose I could do... oh, kill a Lost. Where's a good place for Lost? I think it's, like, Thunder Mountain or Ranger Substance Station or, like, Shenandoah. Hemlock Springs Dump. I think Hemlock Springs Dump is a good place for Lost.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Aggro? I don't think so. This isn't what I want, is it? Let's go to abandoned convoy. Oops. Oh, it's a fucking mole rat.
Approaching Stargate.
The repetitive noise of the autopilot is starting to actually kind of annoy me.
Autopilot jumping.
I think I would like to turn off the spam of the fucking UI speech. Because it's starting to get to me, hearing it over and over and over again. What? Shit, what? Why do you go flare? This was a friendly? What? Well, then don't spawn him in a dungeon, then. Aww. Oh, my gauntlet's broken. I'm looking for lost. Where can I get lost at? Oh, I have to go to the machine and sell cash. This place is not giving me enough of them.
Okay, friendos, what up? Welcome back. Today we're talking about Mind's Eye, as many people are going to be, because this is yet again another example of just a AAA flop, one of the sloppiest, shittiest games that they're probably going to release this year. That's probably going to result in a whole bunch of people losing their job, or I'm going to guess incompetence from the top level, especially releasing the game in the state that it's in. You can see here
I cannot turn off my ADS.
It doesn't look like the worst game ever. It looks like it's cool. It looks like it has some cool concepts. It looks like something that some people might see and think, oh yeah, that looks kind of fun. That looks interesting. And then obviously the game releases and it just runs like utter dog shit. It has terrible bugs constantly, and it's getting really, really bad reviews. 4 40% of people have said, yeah, positive. Well, the funny thing is 40% of people is a very small pool of people anyway, because this game has got one of the worst launch populations I've seen for a AAA game ever. I mean, this is like Concord levels of utter dog shit. And this doesn't have any saving grace. You know, when some games release, they're on Game Pass, and you can be like, oh, you know, maybe there's millions of people playing it on Game Pass, as evidence shows us with games like Avowed or whatever, or Indiana Jones. But no, this is just, it's on PlayStation, it's on Epic Games, and it's on Xbox, and it's also on Steam. But obviously it's not on Game Pass. So these numbers, absolutely terrible. Like, as I said, one of the worst I've ever seen. And this is also going back to what we were talking about the other day with this Splitgate CEO coming out and just saying, yeah, I'm an incompetent mess. I don't even know what's happening at my company. I'm also some kind of like weird conspiracy theorist that like people from Call of Duty are sabotaging my game without me knowing. Like just some real weirdo shit. And that's kind of what this guy's done, because the co-CEO of Mind's Eye has claimed, and this was, bear in mind this was a while ago, he claimed there is, quote, a concerted effort to trash the game and the studio, and has even suggested people are being paid or using spam bots to post negative comments. Now, if this was a game where all the cast were like gay people or women, I could understand being like, oh yeah, there's loads of people that are, you know, doing things to trash our game for no reason. But generally, like, I've not seen any of that. It's not been like the grifter sphere that's been attacking this game as far as I'm aware. But then you look at, like, this guy was asked in their Discord, quote, do you think that all the people who reacted negatively were financed by somebody? And he says 100%. You've got to understand the level of psycho delusion that you've got to be operating with. For somebody to simply say to you, do you think, he didn't say, do you think some of the criticism, do you think, you know, some of the people have some kind of ulterior motive? He was asked, do you think all the people? And this guy's response was 100%, doesn't take much to guess who. So the Shadow Cabal's back. The fucking boogeyman has come for this guy's game that nobody cares about, let me remind you. Because, you know, this is not the amount of reactions of like a big game that people are really talking or caring about. This is like a small community Discord server level of interaction for their big Q&A. So this guy is under the impression that his game is so good that there isn't even the remotest possibility that even a singular human being could react negatively to their trailer or to their video game without being paid by the opposition, the boogeyman, whoever the fuck this guy thinks it is. This is like, you know, when a game releases and it's as bad as this one is, you know exactly who's to blame when people are acting like this, because this is beyond a level of fucking pathetic for somebody who's like a C-suite in a company that presumably has, you know, large amounts of funding to produce something that obviously looks AAA. Like, this game looks visually really good. There's a lot of people that have worked on this. There's a lot of money that's been spent on this. Probably not his money, probably investor money. And hopefully, based on the fact that this guy seems like a bit of a fucking nut job, he's going to be the one that loses his job, and not the other people who probably had a real rough time working under somebody who seems like a fucking
I have
crazy.
11 fusion cores.
This accusation sparked a number of shocked responses, including one who said, a co-CEO for a studio implying another studio is paying previewers, why am I saying it like that, to talk negatively about your game is an absolutely wild comment to make in a public environment in any situation. True. I guess I didn't even mention that. It's not even, the worst thing isn't even that he feels this way, because if you feel that way, again, you're nuts. The only people that feel like everything that they do is so perfect, nobody could possibly even disagree with it, are nuts. But it's not the fact he feels that way, it's the fact that he felt comfortable saying this in text, in public, in a public forum. Just like somebody walking up to you and being like, are you a psycho? And you being like, yeah, I am, yeah, sure. He then responded saying, he responded to exactly that comment, saying "not wild" when it's true. Have you got any evidence, my boy? No evidence at all. Just my fucking adult brain. One such user, Cyberboy, sparked a separate response. Folks, I never said Cyberboy was being paid by anyone. So it was somebody specific criticizing the game. So he's responding to people saying, why are you saying this about this specific person? He says, I never said Cyberboy is being paid by anyone. I just said that there is a concerted effort by some people that don't want to see Leslie or build a Rocket Boy to be successful, that are making a concerted effort to trash the game in the studio. It's pretty easy to see the bots and the repeated replies to any content that we put out. Man, I didn't even know this game was fucking being released, I'm going to be honest. You'd have thought this was like the hypest release of the year for this to be the reaction, but he was then asked to clarify. Just to clarify, you believe that individuals, be it content creators or otherwise, have been paid off to criticize Mind's Eye. Joe Hard then appeared to walk back the initial accusation, responding, "No, I never said that." You fucking kind of did, though.
You kind of did, though.
I didn't know that there are bot farms posting negative comments and dislikes. Holy shit. The comments still live on the Discord at the time of the article's publication were subsequently picked up on social media and began to circulate online. He has then so far failed to provide evidence to back up his claims. Builder Rocket Boy and publisher IO Interactive, the studio behind Hitman, declined to comment when contacted by IGN. I mean, what are you going to say? Oh yeah, he's nuts. Like, yeah, sorry about that, guys. Prepare yourself. Prepare your anus. So one of the funny things about this, funnier than, well, probably not funnier than the psycho running this studio, is they thought this game was so good that they tried to do the "we have more money than God" approach of success, which was just piss hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars into the wind by just paying every big content creator they possibly could to stream this game. And the game peaked out on Twitch at 137,000 viewers, 138 almost. And you would think, from that level of engagement, that the game would sell copies, even just by virtue of being seen by that many live eyeballs and all the VOD channels and whatever. Millions of people saw this game being played, which then makes the numbers of a peak of 3.3k and that dropping to a third within 48 hours is it's actually so mystifyingly bad that it's hard to really put into words. And it was actually so bad that in the middle of Carnage was about to do his sponsored segment on the stream, and they just contacted him. He was literally loading the game up.
Chat.
He was loading the game up. He was about to start playing with a sponsored segment. They paid him to do this. And then they just said, oh yeah, sorry, we're pausing the sponsored segment, which hopefully Co gets paid because he'll have, spent time emailing back and forth about this, corresponding, spent his time he could have been...
Oh, look at all those crappy games. I can't believe they tricked all these people to come play Dune. It's insane. Why?
Doing something else, maybe missed a sponsored segment he could have done for something else. It's not his fault the game's dog shit. They said, here's, an amount of money we'll pay you to do a sponsored segment of this game. Everyone else has done the sponsored segment already. As it came to him, they probably thought, fuck, our game's a failure, everybody hates it, it's getting review bombed, the cabal are against us, we need to save some of this money. We need to let's get in contact with Co and tell him not to stream the game, and maybe they'll give him half, maybe they'll give him nothing. Hopefully he gets fully paid because again he wasted his time here. But they pulled the sponsorship or at least paused it. I don't think he's clarified exactly what happened.
They
It
panicked.
just goes to show, you can put hundreds of thousands of dollars in the right place of marketing, and if the thing you're marketing is awful, it's just going to make everybody know that your game's awful. Like, this game is fucked now, forever. This studio is forever tainted, because you've got to think the amount of actual time and effort it takes to correspond with and launch a game and launch all the marketing around this. They had paid ads everywhere for the last few weeks. They've obviously paid all these streamers and these YouTubers and stuff. They didn't even send review copies of this game out. So the free advertising they would have gotten from people beforehand being given copies of the game and doing a review, like the typical thing that happens, that didn't even happen. I've seen conflicting reports on this of either there was no review code sent out, or they were sent out so late that no publication could have got a review out in time. And obviously everybody at the studio would have known this game was not ready. So whatever it was that forced them into launching this, thinking that it was, and putting hundreds of thousands of dollars in streamers and content creators' pockets to show people their fucking dumpster fire of a game. In fact, it seems like the only positive thing I can say about this game is that it's released at £55, whatever that is in your local currency. What actually is that? That's $60. So the only positive thing is that it's $60 instead of $70 or the $80 that's probably going to be upcoming for some video games. So kudos to them for that. They released an actual turd for $60 instead of asking you for $70. You know, I'm trying to be more positive in life generally, so,
Me too.
so that's my take of positivity when it comes to games like this. So, to the co-CEO who originally, when the game was being reacted to negatively by some people, it wouldn't have been reacted to by everybody as being bad. I wonder if he's going to see the reaction to this and think that the money's been spread around and everybody's been paid again to just trash their game for no reason. And sometimes I feel bad when games fail, because most of the people involved in making a video game are not to blame when a game fails. It's the higher-ups that are usually the issue, the money men that are usually the issue. The people that try to push and pull things in directions where the people who know what they're doing don't want to go, they know it's not going to work, and they just kind of have to do it anyway because that's their job. And then it ends up with those people losing their jobs, unfortunately. There will be incredibly talented people, incredibly hardworking people that worked on this, and if I had to guess, it's been ruined by people like this. Because if there's one thing that comes from like looking at things consistently, it's that if somebody is this like dysfunctional in their logic and thinking about things, that putting information like this out into the public is a good idea. Their like actual thought process and their way of doing things is probably going to be really fucked up. So I'm just looking forward to, in the next couple of days or weeks, interviews with this dude, or if he makes any comments or posts on the Discord, because I'm going to guess it's going to be fucking hilarious. Either way, mind's eye. Don't buy this game. Don't give this company any money. Give them exactly what they deserve, which is yet another promise everything, do nothing, shitty games that's going to fall into complete obscurity. Personally, I've said for years that I'd love for game developers, especially studios that aren't owned by big publishers, to get more involved with their community and like have conversations with people and stuff. But I guess recent history is proving that that is great for content and really funny, but not good for these companies. I mean, the game still would have failed without this dude being a clown, but obviously it's a really bad look. There we go. Thanks for watching as always. Hopefully you enjoyed. We'll keep an eye on whether or not he says something else on social media, but he's probably already said something since then, or he's been hiding in a fucking bunker, probably with his little tinfoil hat on. Go buy some gamer subs if you want to support my content. They're running promotions constantly. I don't know what's currently on. You can buy gamer juice, you know, gamer powder, tons of different flavors. Put it in some water, shake it, drink it. They have caffeinated, uncaffeinated. They also sell amazing pajamas and merch and stuff like this. Just really comfortable, really warm sweats. And yeah, if you use my code, you'll get a discount. I'll get money kicked back of anything you spend. Win-win for everybody, and I'll see you next time. Suggest content you want to see me cover, and yeah, stay safe. Peace.
Kilmar Abrego Garcia is back. Constitutional crisis averted, days saved. It turns out
Yay!
the Trump administration could get him back whenever they wanted, and they were just lying through their teeth. Except that it seems, unfortunately, the Trump administration only brought him back to try him on some very serious federal charges.
Oh.
Abrego Garcia has landed in the United States to face justice. On May 21st, a grand jury in the Middle District of Tennessee.
They're retooling the narrative, like redoing the narrative here to say that, hey, the immigrant is a criminal. We always said they were, or whatever, and it's fucking shitty. And this is why the Democratic leadership they wanted to pick one person to make their stand about. And they should have vetted the person that they did their stand about. They might have, and then they saw this, and they might be in this thing about losing to each other. You know, they might be playing off like losing each other, and they might be on the same team. It's crazy. And like, it's weird that they retool the narrative, and they're like, all right, let's prosecute them. Let's prosecute the criminal immigrants, you know, and it sucks because it does shut Democrats up. It does shut us up. It's kind of annoying. It's like, you know, why was he a criminal? Why did you guys pick a criminal to make your stand about? You didn't vet the guy you were gonna make your stand about? Because you only made a stand for one person. You could have done it for all of them and just forbid this entirely and told them we would go to war if they did this. But no, like, you just took one person as a stand and you didn't vet them. I love this one. It's actually a well-made event. Like, they doubled the amount of loot that falls or something. It's fucking crazy. So now I feel like after each event, I need to, like, go dump. But at least I can get to the vendor camp.
Tennessee returned a sealed.
The storm has arrived, huh? Oops, wait, no.
Here, I am excited to share all the new features coming to 7 Days to Die Storms Brewing.
Oh, I thought you meant like it was live. Okay.
Kilmar Abrego Garcia is back. Constitutional crisis averted, days saved. It turns out the Trump administration could get him back whenever they wanted, and they were just lying through their teeth. Except that it seems, unfortunately, the Trump administration only brought him back to try him on some very serious federal charges.
Abrego Garcia returned a sealed indictment charging Abrego Garcia with alien smuggling and conspiracy to commit alien smuggling in violation of Title 8 USC 1324.
Yes, after months of defying court orders and claiming they just couldn't possibly bring Kilmar back from an Salvadoran torture prison, now the Trump administration is proudly announcing Kilmar's return to U.S. soil so they can pursue human smuggling charges against him. And you know the charges are completely legit because they've rolled out the red carpet, done the media blitz proclaiming that Kilmar is, among other things, a human trafficker, an MS-13 gang member, and even a pedophile now. But this announcement, with its barrage of unproven smears, and we'll talk about that too, comes just in the nick of time for the administration, which was facing potential sanctions in a Maryland civil case filed by Kilmar and his family. Now, as you may recall, Kilmar Abrego Garcia was born in El Salvador. After being threatened for several years by the Barrio 18 gang, Kilmar fled his home country and joined his brother in Maryland. In 2019, he was picked up in an ICE sting outside of a Hyattsville, Maryland Home Depot. Law enforcement claimed that an informant had identified Kilmar as a member of MS-13, but no actual charges were ever filed, and Kilmar's immigration proceedings resulted not in a deportation, but instead in a withholding of removal order, which, because he had demonstrated a credible fear for his life, barred Kilmar's removal to El Salvador specifically. Now, after his release from immigration detention,
somehow I made 5,000 caps really
Maryland,
fast.
had a child with his wife, helped his wife raise her 2 other children, and was employed as a sheet metal worker. But on March 12, 2025, Kilmar was driving home with his 5-year-old son when he was pulled over by immigration officers. They arrested him without explanation and threatened to have social services pick up his son if his wife didn't arrive within 10 minutes. Kilmar was then whisked off to ICE detention and, with no due process whatsoever, was sent for an indefinite stay in a torture prison in El Salvador, the very country a judge had expressly forbidden the U.S. government from sending him to. Kilmar's wife, Jennifer, had no idea where he was until someone sent her a picture of the inmates in El Salvador's notorious Skycat prison, and she recognized her husband in the photo. Now, as we talked about, Skycat has a well-documented history of human rights abuses, including torture, overcrowding, and death at the hands of guards and other inmates. Yet the Trump administration has putatively paid $6 million in a contract that no one has seen yet to El Salvador to house deportees, including many who had never been convicted of any crime, in Skycat under the watchful eye of Bukele, the dictator of El Salvador. Trump and Bukele both bragged about this arrangement on social media, on the news, and in fact, even in the White House.
How can I return him to the United States? Like I smuggle him into the United States, or what do I do? Of course, I'm not going to do it.
Trump even publicly raised the possibility of sending Americans, homegrowns as he called them, to Skycat.
We also have homegrown criminals that push people into subways, that hit elderly ladies on the back of the head with a baseball bat when they're not looking, that are absolute monsters. I'd like to
Who are they?
A group of people to get them out of the country.
And Bukele has seemed excited about the idea of getting paid to violate the rights of American citizens. Meanwhile, Abrego Garcia's wife, Jennifer, filed a suit against the Trump administration. In several court filings, the Trump administration admitted that it had sent Abrego Garcia to El Salvador in error, but the administration still refused to bring Kilmar back. After Maryland federal judge Paula Zenas granted a temporary restraining order directing the Trump administration to, quote, facilitate Kilmar's return, the Trump administration went on the offensive and resurrected a slew of unproven accusations that Abrego Garcia was a member of the MS-13 gang, and even went so far as to Photoshop a picture of Abrego Garcia's hand tattoos with clearly non-original lettering of MS-13. They touted some old restraining orders that his wife had filed against him, and most important here, they unearthed the story of the time he'd been pulled over by law enforcement in Tennessee and questioned because he was driving from Texas to Maryland with several other immigrants, and the administration used that stop to imply that Kilmar was a human trafficker. Now, some of those accusations may be true, but we can't be sure which ones because Kilmar was never tried in court. The government has never had to meet its burden of proof, and no judge or jury has ever considered the evidence and made a finding. The administration's accusations were just that, they were accusations, and without due process, there was no way to evaluate their veracity. But in addition to the PR, the Trump administration also appealed Judge Zenas' order to the Supreme Court, which issued a unanimous decision affirming that the administration had to, quote, facilitate Abrego Garcia's return to the United States. Though oddly, Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller apparently read an entirely different Supreme Court decision and declared this a victory for the White House.
In our favor.
In our favor, against the district court ruling, saying that no district court has the power to compel the foreign policy function of the United States.
And around that same time, Trump and Bukele, who had a meeting at the White House, had jaunty back and forth talking about how they couldn't possibly return Abrego Garcia to the United States.
The question is preposterous. How can I smuggle a terrorist into the United States? I don't have the power to return him to the United States.
But meanwhile, Judge Zenas was growing increasingly weary of these antics and ordered the administration to give regular status updates about what steps it was taking.
Because you don't have the power to do anything.
Return. But the administration did not take this order particularly seriously. The Trump administration filed a series of uninformative so-called status updates, which basically amounted to thumbing their noses at the court. But in response to this recalcitrance, after a contentious hearing, the judge granted the plaintiff's request for expedited discovery. But not surprisingly, the administration immediately appealed, asking for a stay of the judge's discovery order. But the Court of Appeals denied the request for a stay, and the government was left in the uncomfortable position of having to provide Judge Zenas with evidence that it was complying with the law, which it seemed clear they were not. Meanwhile, Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen paid Abrego Garcia a visit in El Salvador. But after several characteristically anemic status reports, plaintiffs filed a motion claiming that the Trump administration wasn't engaging in discovery in good faith. Defendants objected to plaintiffs' discovery requests, arguing that the timeline for discovery was too fast. The discovery requests were based on the false premise that the United States can or has been ordered to facilitate Abrego Garcia's release from custody in El Salvador, and claiming that the material was privileged. But the judge wasn't having it and took the Trump administration to task for its continued non-compliance, stating that, quote, defendants and their counsel well know that the falsehood lies not in any supposed premise, but in their continued mischaracterization of the Supreme Court's order. Defendants' objection reflects a willful bad faith refusal to comply with discovery obligations. And she found the defendants' privilege claims equally specious and their complaints about the timeline unconvincing because, quote, for weeks defendants have sought refuge behind vague and unsubstantiated assertions of privilege, using them as a shield to obstruct discovery and evade compliance with this court's orders. But she directed plaintiffs to narrow their interrogatories and ordered defendants to actually answer. Now, over the next month, the parties continued to fight over the scope of discovery and the adequacy of the Trump administration's responses. But because of the administration's continual recalcitrance in this case, including, according to plaintiffs, discovery deficiencies, consistent delays in refusal to reply properly to interrogatories, plaintiffs asked Judge Zenas permission to file a motion for sanctions. And on June 4th, after months of uncooperative behavior, the judge granted the plaintiffs permission to move forward with their motion for sanctions. Now, meanwhile, the Trump administration tried to get the entire lawsuit dismissed, claiming that Judge Zenas and the Maryland District Court lacked jurisdiction. While that motion to dismiss was still pending and plaintiffs were busy drafting their motion for sanctions, the Trump administration made the surprise announcement that, amazingly, Abrego Garcia had been returned to the United States. Now, if you've been renditioned to a foreign country and inexplicably brought back to the United States only to face federal charges, you're probably going to want a good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer, my law firm, the Eagle Team, can help. If you've gotten in a car crash, suffered a data breach, especially if you got one of the data breach letters saying that your information might have been leaked, or dealing with a workers' comp or social security issue, we can represent you or help find you the right attorney. And by the way, we don't get paid unless you do, so there's nothing up front. So just click on the link in the description or call the phone number on screen for a free consultation with my team. Because you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle Team. So to the surprise of everyone, in a one-page notice filed with the court on June 6th, the Trump administration informed the court that, quote, on April 4th, 2025, this court ordered defendants to facilitate the return of plaintiff Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia to the United States. Defendants hereby provide notice that they have complied with the court's order and indeed have successfully facilitated Abrego Garcia's return. As the Attorney General recently announced, Abrego Garcia was returned to the United States today to stand trial on criminal charges in the Middle District of Tennessee. So the administration then argued that the judge's order should be dissolved and the entire case should be dismissed as moot. In the meantime, the administration requested a stay on all case proceedings, including discovery. So it turns out that despite the Trump administration's repeated protestations and statements to the court, they actually were capable of bringing Abrego Garcia back. Or as the plaintiffs put it in their June 8th motion asking the court to continue to allow discovery and potential sanctions, quote, two things are now crystal clear. First, the government has always had the ability to return Abrego Garcia, but it simply refused to do so. Second, the government has conducted a determined stalling campaign to stave off contempt sanctions long enough to concoct a politically face-saving exit from its own predicament. And obviously the face-saving exit the plaintiffs are referring to is the Trump administration's decision to bring Abrego Garcia back to the United States, but only after the Department of Justice had indicted him for charges relating to a 2022 traffic stop in Tennessee. So let's talk about that incident. Here's what we know so far. On December 1st, 2022, Abrego Garcia was pulled over for speeding in a vehicle with 8 passengers and told police that he had come from Texas several days earlier and were traveling to Maryland to do construction work. The police officers who stopped him speculated that he might be transporting people for money because there was no luggage in the vehicle, but they decided not to ticket or charge Abrego Garcia. Instead, they sent him on with a warning. And so it's this incident that appears to form the basis of the federal charges that have been filed against Abrego Garcia. And on June 6th, we finally learned what those were when the Trump Department of Justice asked for the unsealing of a shocking May 21st grand jury indictment against Abrego Garcia. So first a note on grand juries. A grand jury trial is not a regular criminal trial. It is, in most criminal cases, the precursor to a criminal trial, during which the prosecutor presents a group of randomly selected jurors with the prosecutor's potential arguments against a defendant. It's how the charges get formalized. In an actual criminal trial, the defendant would have an attorney, an opportunity to present witnesses and arguments in their defense, and the ability to confront the witnesses against them. But in a grand jury proceeding, the defendant and his attorneys cannot be present to refute or even hear the evidence or witness testimony. And grand juries can also consider evidence like hearsay that would not be admissible in a criminal trial. In a criminal trial, the prosecution must prove beyond reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. And in a grand jury trial, the prosecutor must only prove that there is probable cause to believe that a crime has been committed and that the person being investigated was the person who committed it. And obviously, grand juries do not convict people. They simply recommend whether a prosecutor should launch a criminal trial against that person. And grand jury proceedings are not adversarial proceedings where both sides can present evidence. They are one-sided proceedings where only the prosecutor gets to present their case, which is why grand juries have often been criticized as a rubber stamp for prosecutors. But sometimes, as is the case here, a grand jury says there's not even enough evidence for one particular charge or others. And that acts as a sort of veto against the charges even before a case has been filed. And in this previously sealed grand jury indictment, the Department of Justice alleged that Abrego Garcia's 2022 trip through Tennessee was one of more than 100 human trafficking trips that Abrego Garcia made as part of a years-long conspiracy. Now, obviously, anytime we deal with an indictment, these are merely accusations from the government. They are so far unproven. But according to the government's filings in the U.S. District Court for the Middle District of Tennessee, the government alleges from 2016 to 2025, Abrego Garcia conspired with several other unnamed non-citizens to transport thousands of undocumented immigrants from South and Central American countries into the United States. The government alleges that Abrego Garcia's co-conspirators helped the immigrants illegally cross the border into Texas. Then Abrego Garcia and other drivers were paid to transport the undocumented immigrants to other parts of the United States. And according to the indictment, both Abrego Garcia and many of the people he transported were members of the MS-13 gang. The government is also alleging that Abrego Garcia and his co-conspirators transported people, including children, in unsafe ways, in makeshift seats and in the floors of vehicles, and that Abrego Garcia himself had abused some of the women he had transported. And the indictment also mentioned that one of Abrego Garcia's supposed co-conspirators was involved in a 2021 incident where a tractor trailer carrying migrants overturned in Mexico and caused more than 50 deaths. And based on these allegations, the government indicted Abrego Garcia on 2 counts from 8 U.S.C. 1324, conspiracy to transport aliens and unlawful transportation of undocumented aliens. The first section creates criminal liability for anyone who, quote, knowing or in reckless disregard of the fact that an alien has come to, entered, or remains in the United States in violation of law, transports or moves or attempts to transport or move such alien within the United States by means of transportation or otherwise in furtherance of such violation of law. So to make its case, the DOJ will have to prove that Abrego Garcia transported or attempted to transport illegal aliens within the United States, and also that he either knew or recklessly disregarded the fact that they were in the United States illegally. Now, in the indictment, the government highlighted the fact that Abrego Garcia supposedly received compensation for this work. As Pam Bondi has claimed, it was his, quote, full-time job. The DOJ is probably emphasizing the financial aspects of the accusations because under the law, if Abrego Garcia was financially compensated for transporting undocumented immigrants, that would allow the prosecution to pursue a stiffer sentence. Now, we don't yet know what evidence the government has in support of these allegations. We'll have to reserve judgment until we see that evidence. But I will say, it is awfully convenient that they've suddenly found all of these horrendous accusations relating to the seemingly random guy that just became the flashpoint for this entire international snafu. Which leads me to be more than a little skeptical about these accusations. Now, the Trump DOJ has also filed a motion for detention, asking the court to hold Abrego Garcia in pretrial custody instead of releasing him on bail pending trial. In support of that argument that Abrego Garcia is a danger to the community and should not be released, the government dropped a few more bombs in both its motion and Attorney General Pam Bondi's announcement, which are not part of the indictment, claiming that Abrego Garcia had also transported firearms and drugs, that he was responsible for the murder of a rival gang member's mother in El Salvador, and that he solicited naked pictures from a minor. But Abrego Garcia has not been indicted on either of those claims. No evidence has been offered to support them, and not even the grand jury considered them. Now, putting aside the salaciousness of these new allegations, it's worth mentioning just how unbelievably improper it is for the sitting attorney general to make these prejudicial statements about a criminal defendant who is actively being prosecuted by the Department of Justice. The Trump administration's campaign to smear Abrego Garcia in the media is itself a breach of norms and potentially prosecutorial ethics. In the past, federal, state, and local prosecutors from both political parties have generally only publicly accused defendants of crimes for which a grand jury indicted them. Discussing other potential crimes has long been regarded as an abuse of prosecutorial power, risking obvious unfair harm to defendants' reputations. And according to NBC News, a former senior Justice Department official who requested anonymity citing fears of retaliation said that Bondi often speaks as a partisan Trump loyalist, not as a neutral law enforcement officer. Yeah, dude, we have TVs and eyes. We can see it. But additionally, according to an ABC News report, concerns about the Trump administration's behavior in the Abrego Garcia case may have led to the resignation of Ben Schrader, the chief of the criminal division of the U.S. Attorney's Office in Nashville. Sources briefed on Schrader's decision told ABC News that Schrader's resignation was prompted by concerns that the case against Abrego Garcia was being pursued for political reasons. Mr. Schrader did not directly address the speculation, but in a pointed LinkedIn post, he stated, quote, earlier today, after nearly 15 years as an assistant U.S. attorney, I resigned as chief of the criminal division at the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Middle District of Tennessee. It has been an incredible privilege to serve as a prosecutor with the Department of Justice, where the only job description I've ever known is to do the right thing in the right way for the right reasons. So yet again, a career prosecutor with the DOJ resigned rather than move forward with these criminal charges. So I think at this point we can move from being skeptical about the government's charges against Abrego Garcia to just assuming that they're BS. But still, at least this time he's getting due process. A jury will decide whether the charges against him actually stand up in a criminal court. But already there appear to be some factual disputes in the government's findings, including inconsistent statements about whether Abrego Garcia told Tennessee police that he was coming from Missouri or Texas. None of these supposed witnesses mentioned in the indictment are named. Many of them appear to be convicted criminals who may have had incentives to be jailhouse informants. And an ABC News report indicates that one of the informants is currently serving a sentence in Alabama for illegally re-entering the United States. All of these factors will have to be considered by an actual jury. And all of these witnesses will have to be available for cross-examination and scrutiny. Though, as Abrego Garcia's attorney has pointed out, this still isn't true justice because, quote, true justice means the chance to defend yourself before you're punished, not after. Meanwhile, President Trump has claimed that he thinks the administration has, quote, a very easy case against Abrego Garcia, Which sort of raises the question, if it was so easy, why not prosecute him earlier instead of making the politically controversial and unconstitutional decision to whisk him off to a torture prison without due process? And for the time being, the case before Judge Zenas is still alive. The plaintiffs have asked the judge to continue to hold on to her jurisdiction over the case, to order discovery against the Trump administration, and to consider their motion for sanctions. And regardless of the outcome of Abrego Garcia's criminal trial and civil case, the constitutional problems still remain because dozens of other men are still being held in the Salvadoran torture prison without trial or recourse. As Representative Jamie Raskin pointed out, quote, they obviously want to make this about whether or not he ends up being a good guy or a bad guy, but it's not a moral question. It's a legal question. It's a constitutional question of whether the government can pick people up and take them out of the country. So yeah, that's why it's probably a good idea to scrub as much of your personal information off the internet as possible, which you can do with today's sponsor, Incogni. Because Incogni removes your personal data from online data brokers by reaching out directly and forcing them to take your personal info down. If these data brokers resist, Incogni will take care of that too, because Incogni fights back. And use my link in the description or the code LegalEagle for an exclusive 60% off discount. And Incogni just launched a new feature called Custom Removals for subscribers to their unlimited plan that I think is really great. It allows you to flag an unlimited number of sites where your data is exposed, and you can even have Incogni's privacy experts review and tackle the most uncooperative data brokers and people's search sites. Because these data brokers are the reason why in the US you can search your name and find a bunch of websites that will give anyone your home address, phone number, and extensive history. It's shocking just how easy it is to find all this information. It also might be why you're getting so many scam calls lately, or even how someone might steal your identity. But Incogni is a great way to take back control of your data, increase your online privacy, and cut down on those annoying scam calls and emails that used to flood my voicemail and inbox. Now, I've been using Incogni for years, and in that time you can see I've been on hundreds of lists, some of which had a high sensitivity score, meaning the broker had tons of data on me. Luckily, Incogni has completed hundreds of takedowns for me over the years and is processing dozens of others. If I were to try this myself, it would take weeks. So thanks Incogni for saving me hundreds of hours and adding me to over 40 suppression lists. And Incogni will continue to conduct ongoing removals because even if the data broker removes your data once, they can collect it again. So Incogni makes sure that your personal information stays off the market for good. So if online privacy is important to you, give Incogni a try. If you click on the link on screen or down below, you can try Incogni risk-free for 30 days and get a full refund if you're not into it. And if you do decide to keep it, you'll still get the exclusive 60% off discount so long as you use my link or the code LegalEagle, all one word, at checkout. So after that, click on this link over here for more Legal Eagle, or I'll see you in court.
Hey folks, it's Echo here. I am excited to share all the new features coming to 7 Days to Die Storms Brewing. The world has changed with new biome challenges, deadly storms, and the need to push through the biomes to find the means for survival. New foes have arisen and old enemies have evolved to threaten your progress. But you will also have updated skills and new masteries to aid your journey that will change how you build your character. Let's dive in with the world changes. If you're anything like me and you enjoy skipping the forest biome at the beginning of a run and you just head out to, the snow or other biomes to get better loot, you're going to be in for a little surprise. As you cross the biome threshold, you'll see an indicator on the bottom left telling you how much time you have before the environment starts to take its toll on you. The amount of time that you have will be relative to the biome that you're entering. So for the burnt biome, you're going to have 3 minutes, desert 2 minutes, snow 1 minute, and then finally the wasteland, you will only have 30 seconds before that kicks in. This can be mitigated by unlocking biome badges, which will give you a little bit more time in the next biome. As the clock ticks down, the visual indicators will become more and more pronounced. Once that timer is out, you're going to take 1 damage per second, and this will continue until you escape the biome, take mitigating actions, which I'll talk about in the progression, or there's the other option, but it's a little bit more messy. To survive long term, each biome will have a set of 7 challenges that you'll have to complete to be able to achieve a biome badge. You'll have to do this in order for each of the biomes to progress, and each subsequent level of the biome badge allows you access to the biomes prior. As a quick example, for the burnt forest biome, you'll need to wear any piece of non-primitive armor, harvest 5 mushrooms in the burnt biome, craft yourself a burnt smoothie, and there will be a unique smoothie for each of the biomes. All these can be crafted in your inventory with pretty modest materials. Drinking one of these smoothies will allow you to overcome the challenges of the biome for a limited amount of time to extend your survival there. This will really help you out, as the next challenge is to harvest 500 nitrate powder in the burnt forest biome. The next challenge is to kill 5 burnt zombies, and I should note that you don't have to do these in order, so it's not really next. You'll need to loot 5 containers, and the easiest ones to find are on the ground are going to be the nests or just junk that you see laying about. Finally, you're going to just need to survive for 20 minutes in the burnt forest biome, and you'll do this naturally as you're completing the rest of the challenges. Once your challenges are complete, you'll get an indicator to head to your local trader, and then you'll be able to pick up your biome badge. After you hit complete, you'll get a screen telling you that you've unlocked the biome badge and that it will automatically install into your character screen. With your biome badge in place, you are now immune to most of the negative effects of the burnt biome, with the exception of storms, which we'll get to. So with these changes in place, you might be thinking, what if I just stay in the forest? Well, there's two good reasons why you're going to want to leave the forest. The first is that there's a loot cap on each biome. So if you're in the forest biome, your loot stage will be capped at 40, which is equivalent to kind of primitive type items. In the burnt forest, your loot stage cap will move up to 125, which is essentially tier 0s. In the desert, the loot stage will go to 165, which is tier 1. In the snow, it'll jump to 205, which is tier 2. And in the wasteland, there's essentially no cap, and it'll jump up to tier 3. As you unlock biome badges, it will give a modest boost to the loot stage of the previous biome. Beyond the loot cap differences, there's also going to be more of an affinity for certain types of ores and plants to be found in specific biomes. So in the forest, you'll have a higher chance for iron, as well as goldenrod, chrysanthemum, and cotton. In the burnt forest, you'll have potassium nitrate and mushrooms. In the desert, you'll have shale, but you'll also have aloe as well as yucca. In the snow biome, you'll have coal and blueberries. And then finally, in the wasteland, you'll have lead as well as the new resource, radiated mushrooms. Now that you have the basics of biome survival, let's talk about the new storms entering 7 Days to Die. Once you're past day 1 in any biome other than the forest, you can experience a storm. As an indicator, you'll hear the air raid sirens, and then you'll see a message saying storm warning, seek shelter, with a countdown. When the countdown ends, you'll see one last grace period noted in the bottom left of your screen, and once that's over, you're going to start taking damage every 5 seconds. Both the grace period and the damage will be impacted by the biome that you're in. If you have the appropriate biome badge, you can go seek shelter in a building, and if not, you're pretty hosed and just need to flee the biome, because even if you go inside, you're still going to continue to take damage. One of my favorite things about the new storms is that they aren't just generic storms. You saw the flying cinders there in the burnt biome, and as you go to the different biomes, you're going to see that the graphics match the characteristics of the biome. If the storms or the biome progression doesn't sound like your cup of tea, the nice thing is that the Fun Pimps added in options in the basic menu for you to adjust those settings so you can play how you want. With every new update, Navigating typically gets an overhaul, and this one's no different. They've moved a lot of the tier 5 POIs into the wasteland. The biome maps have been updated to support the new progression, and in line with that, they've updated trader locations, which will make them more accessible, similar to our random world gen map. In 2.0, we've got new zombies, updated zombie mechanics, and upgraded zombies. First up, we have a new addition to the snow biome, the Frostclaw. This gigantic blue-eyed yeti has a unique attack. Once it sees you, it will pull a boulder out of the ground and toss it at you wherever you are. The movement and animations are looking really sharp on this one. I also found out very quickly you don't want to go toe-to-toe with these in close combat if you can avoid it, as they definitely hit pretty hard. Fresh to the arid reaches of the desert, we also have the Plague Spitter. Similar to the Frostclaw, the Plague Spitter also has a unique ranged attack. When it sees you, it will rear back and spit out a plague of locusts at you. The locusts can be killed, but they will continue to hover around your head until you do so, while the Plague Spitter closes in. This can quickly become problematic when your attention gets split, you're trying to manage different zombies, the locusts, as well as the Plague Spitter in front of you, and oh my! Zombies can now easily crawl through 1 meter spaces, and this has a lot of implications both for base design as well as POIs. I did a little bit of testing and they can actually squeeze in less than 1 meter space, so you might want to check your old horde bases before you trust them. That's exactly what I did, so I loaded up my base the Switchback just to see how the fighting position held up against the zombies on just a day 7 horde, just to keep things simple, and there we go, they popped right on through, and I thought for a second maybe that's a fluke, and then all of them just started jumping right on through.
No horde bases.
The old staples won't necessarily work in 2.0.
Nope.
I'm going to be putting together a video covering some of my concepts of how to approach this up above.
Go in the ground.
In terms of POI design,
Don't go
this
upstairs.
1 meter also means that they can put zombies into 1 meter spaces, and additionally they can have triggers to allow multiple zombies to crawl out of the same hole. This means both that we can have some good surprises as well as reduce performance hits by having zombies continuously pour out of different locations without having them all active on the map at one point. In the past, radiated zombies were the top of the food chain, but now we've got 2 new oncomers to the scene. On the left, you can see the new tier of infernal zombies, and on the right, the blue charged zombies. While both variants will have increased health and damage, they also have some additional characteristics. The infernal zombies are going to be more of your tanky zombies. Think of Big Mama, the Hawaiian, Cops, etc. They will do additional block damage, so those are the ones you're going to really want to watch out for on Horde Night. The blue charge zombies are going to be more of your nimble type. Think Arlene, the party girl, or Steve. And then you're going to have the largest chunk of zombies, which can be either infernal or charged. Now, the next question you're probably asking yourself is, when are these going to start showing up? Well, before 100 game stage, you won't see them. Once you cross that threshold, there will be a 10% of the selected zombie to be one of the types, whether infernal or charged, which is available. As your game stage increases, so will the percentage chance for the charged and infernal to spawn, going all the way up to 100% at 1500 game stage. One other thing to note is that both of these variants will have updated movement patterns, so you might be in for a few surprises. 2.0 brought a lot of great changes to the attributes and perks in 7 Days to Die. I won't cover everything, but I'll try to hit the highlights. First off, let's start with Perception. On the left side, we got the 1.0 perks, and on the right, the 2.0. Lucky Looter has been removed from Perception and is now in a General Perks tab. On the 2.0 side, you'll see 4 perks that are highlighted in yellow. These are carryover 1.0 perks that previously had less than 5 levels, which have all been updated to have 5 levels now. This will be a common theme that you see in all the 2.0 perks, that they'll all have 5 levels with the exception of the General tab. For some of the perks, it feels like their value was watered down because they got spread from, say, 3 to 5 levels, but for other ones, they added in some nice new benefits for that 4th and 5th level. Moving on, in each of the attributes, you're going to have a mastery. So for Perception Mastery, you're going to have 5 brand new perks. To get access to these, you're going to have level 6 in that attribute to get level 1 of the mastery, 7 to get 2, 8 to get 3, 9 to get 4, and then 10 to get 5. It takes dedication to the attribute, but the payoff is huge. You can see here for Perception, the first 2 levels gives you additional harvesting capabilities, but then we get into combat with spear and rifle primary attacks causing bleed, additional spear power attack when sprinting, and then finally the pinnacle one here, plus 50% damage with rifles. I've never been a rifle fan in 7 Days to Die, but this just might change my mind. So that's your first mastery that we're going to get into. I'll cover all the rest in a minute. Before we go off of Perception, though, I want to talk about Treasure Hunter, because it got a very interesting overhaul. In addition to what this perk did prior, the first 2 levels get plus 50% damage to dirt and plus 100% damage to dirt, respectively. That is not just when you're doing buried supplies, that is all the time. And it just continues to get better with the top tier of it, adding extra weapons, armor, and rare items to buried chests. So who knows, buried supplies could be the new meta. In the Strength tree, the Heavy Armor and Master Chef perk have been moved over to the General tab. We've got a new skill called Grand Slam, which gives a percentage chance to ragdoll enemies when doing sprinting power attacks with clubs, bats, and sledgehammers. Big and Fast, which increases your attack speed with strength-based weapons, went from 3 to 5 levels. And next we have Pack Mule, which has easily gone from F tier to S tier.
Absolute garbage.
In addition to helping you carry more, this has become perhaps the most damage mitigating perk in the game. Each level in a Pack Mule gives you a 10% chance to absorb all damage when hit, up to essentially 50% damage mitigation at level 5. It has no impact to critical injuries like sprains or breaks, but otherwise is probably the best you're going to get for stopping damage. Next, I'm going to skip over Strength Mastery and cover Junk Miner first. This new perk is going to increase your harvesting of mining junk such as cloth and plastic. It'll give you 20% per level, up to a total of 100% increase. Now let's jump back up to Strength Mastery. The first level is faster critical injury heal when holding a mining tool. Not that useful. The second one is kind of nice. It gives you an additional way to gather brass. The third level of this isn't really that usable because you're never going to use pickaxes or shovels as weapons because they don't have associated perks with them. But the 4th and 5th levels are amazing. Headshots with clubs or sledgehammers have an additional 50% chance to dismember enemies at level 4. And then finally at level 5, kills with strength-based weapons grant 50% damage resistance for 10 seconds. This combined with Pack Mule would make you an absolute juggernaut. And the Fortitude tree, well insulated, has been completely removed. Living off the land is pushed over to the General tab. Lightning Hands and Rule 1 Cardio have been moved from 3 to 5 levels. There's a new perk called Siphoning Strikes, which is going to pair with the overall Brawler concept. This one will grant you 2 hit points back per melee kill per level. So at level 5, it gives you 10 hit points back per kill. In terms of Fortitude Mastery, the first level is an interesting one. Killing an enemy will instantly stop bleeding injury without using a bandage. The second one will make you immune to further infection for 2 real-world hours after recovering from an infection. Third level gives you a 10% chance to gain silver or gold from zombie kills. That's kind of an interesting one. And then the last 2 levels each give you 50 max health. In Agility, Medium Armor has been moved over to the General tab. Whirlwind and Running Gun have been moved from 3 levels up to 5. Parkour has been moved from 4 to 5 levels. A new perk called Hard Target, and this is yet another damage mitigating perk. When moving, you're going to take 10% less damage per level up to a total of 50% less damage at level 5. Next, we have Agility Mastery, which pairs nicely. The first level of this, leg hits have a 40% chance to instantly cripple enemies. Level 2 is a 20% faster reload with handguns. This is going to be really nice for your heavy handguns like the 44 and the Vulture that have smaller magazine sizes. Next, we have Handguns Cause Bleeding. That is just going to be insane for this tree. At level 4, we have yet another damage mitigator. Every 60 seconds, you get to auto-deflect the first blow that you get hit with. Finally, at level 5, if you have a fully drawn bow shot, it will bypass enemy armor, dealing an additional 25% damage. In the intellect tree, lockpicking has been removed and put over to the general tab. Calculated attack has been moved from 3 up to 5 levels, and daring adventure from 4 up to 5. And finally, we have intellect mastery, which might be your best if you want to rapidly progress. The first level of this isn't that big of a deal, 20% less damage and consume 20% less fuel. The next level, though, level 2 adds 25% chance to find a book, magazine, or schematic and loot. That is huge, and then you pair it with level 3, which adds 50% chance to gain 2 skill points when reading magazines. Now, if we pair this with a nerd outfit, which also gives plus 50% chance to get an extra skill point, you are now guaranteed to get 2 skill points for every magazine you read. Level 4 is going to make stun batons only take 2 hits to charge, and then level 5 is stun batons are always charged. This one is going to be the nerd armor. Next, we have a number of environmental and graphical updates. Some of these are things we've been long waiting for. The first of which, you'll notice that the trees in the forest are more spread out and that you'll see plants and things like that in little patches here and there. It just gives it more of an organic feel.
Yeah, it does.
Across all the biomes, the tree models have gotten an overhaul. In general, with this update, those who enjoy the outdoors are going to find a lot more to explore. There are just shy of 100 new wilderness POIs, and they span from caves to all kinds of other little tucked away hidden gems. And probably my favorite part about all of these is that they had unique level design, things that I had never seen before. You'll see some updates to the burnt forest. The idea is that this is years after the bomb had gone off, and so the forest is starting to regrow itself, so you see these little patches of green growing throughout.
So 4 days.
You'll see both in the burnt forest as well as the wasteland. Previously, you'd have houses and POIs that felt like they were just kind of...
I don't want any more spoilers, I don't think. So in 4 days, this releases, and I'll come back to 7 days and give it a swing on a solo vibe. Okay, so defeat avarice at the eternal pool. Artifact sin. Defeat avarice at the eternal pool. Oh, my keyboard. Oops. Okay. Just plug it in here. I have to pee. I will be right back. I think I would like to curate my gaming YouTube feed so that it has better content, because it sucks. Much better. It is 2 p.m. And when I get hungry, I will have a fruit drink today for Ice Cube confronts Snoop Dogg about the what? Oh, yeah, you fucking idiot. I'm the Exchange Shock fans. Yeah, my bad. I want to come to my gaming channel. And I want to curate it. With the 2.0 update in 4 days, I will run 7 days in the background on a no EAC bent where that doesn't lock me out of my other shit. I think it still might do it though. I don't know. I'm not really sure. I think GeForce Now locks me out of any Steam game. It's fucking annoying. I'm looking at it wrong. I need to steal the 2.0. I need to get a copy of 7 days after its 2.0 release in torrent, and then just run it, you know, run it in the background like X4 and just let it be this little zombie playground that I always have access to. So I came here to, so my eye level went up, which is really good, and I need to buy a couple of diamonds. Or I don't know, maybe I have some in Everfall, actually. Let's go to Everfall real quick. Because I think I've got diamonds in Everfall, I think. If not, I'll just buy them. Or I don't know, maybe I'll just buy 5 diamonds. I'm rich, what does it matter? Close that. I am trying to buy diamonds, which are cut gemstones of the cut gemstones of the cut pristine diamonds. They're fucking cheap now. That's so cheap. I mean, I'll never have to worry about level 5 diamonds ever again. I mean, I don't know. It's seems like basically like farmer prices here. I'm gonna buy the whole thing. Fuck it. Fine by me. $260 diamonds. Let's see if it'll show me where I need to go on the map. Oh, I should do my dailies. Oh, what's this? Now what? Let's go do this. Cache of golden matter. And there's all those diamonds I just bought, right? See, and it's like, cool. And I'm sure sooner or later I'll be happy I did this. I'm sure I'm going to be really happy I did this. I just don't know when. I think in like several years I'll be so happy I did this, but I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, I'm like full of stuff, but let's see. I think I've got more these. Yeah, can I? Oh, well, no, I don't think there is anything else, huh? There's a small shield, but yeah. So I'm gonna come over here to this guy. Start, close, start. And then I'm going to get on FFXI. I don't know why it's closed. Did I log off it today? I guess I just didn't log in it. Oh, yeah, I logged off because I can't delete my character, right? I can't delete my character if I'm logged in. I forgot. So that's okay. No, actually, I want to decline and just go back out. So I need to open Horizon. I'm just deleting my Black Mage. At least this one didn't die. This one didn't die. I mean, she died, but she didn't die. She didn't die. This one I just deleted. Okay, I deleted my hardcore character. Oh no, I guess I'm gonna have to make a new one, huh? I have to make a new one too. Damn it. That I could do on the computer screen, I think, without much trouble. Undefined. What do you mean? Reload. Log in. Create your character. I'm going to Mithra. Or I don't know. I'm going... Well, yeah, I'm going RDM. But yeah, I want a Mithra. Mithra. Purple hair. Small. Black Mage, I guess. I could start with Red Mage, but no, I want to run Black Mage to 17. I do. And, yeah, and we'll start in Bastock. Okay, character's made. I've got to do the login now. I'm gonna shut down this. I'm gonna do a re-login into the server. Bye. That's 5,000 gold. Why would I pay 5,000 gold? I don't want to do that. Seems counterproductive. Wait, that one's cool. I guess I'll buy that. Do I have that already? That was 10,000 gold. Okay, I've got the Syndicate flag now. Yeah, I mean, I like it, actually. No, this was worth it. This was cool. I have a cool Syndicate flag on my fucking wolf now. I actually don't mind that. That's cool, sure. So, what else? That cost 10 grand. Jesus Christ.
Hey, what's up everyone? Last night was the developer live stream for the 2.0 update to 7 days, and we got our first detailed in-game look at all of the new content and systems that are going in. So in this video, I'm going to review everything that was discussed and show you a preview or a summary of everything to expect next week in the big update. Note that experimental release for PC players, that's basically like an open beta. That's going to be on Monday, June 16th, and the stable build, the official 2.0 release for PC and for console, is slated to be on June 30th. Let's start off by looking at all of the new zombies. First of all, we have two brand new zombie types, if you could call them zombies. The first one is going to be the Plague Spitter. Definitely, this gives me Imhotep vibes from the old Mummy movie back in the 90s. It looks like he's going to be found exclusively in the desert biome and perhaps on Horde Night as well. And his special ability...
Looks a bit better than it did.
Small disclaimer, this video isn't going to be the laugh out loud, hilarious slop that you usually see on this channel. This isn't like a typical internet happening where Mr. Breast released a new skibbity toilet chocolate bar and 5 people didn't like it. This is actually an altercation that happened between 2 streamers and it ended up with one of them losing their life. Now, as we know, internet drama is basically an inevitability. As soon as you put yourself out there on the internet, you will always have a group of people that just do not like you. You know, maybe this might evolve into something else. Maybe a boxing ring match where people punch each other. Something which I now feel like every 3rd YouTuber has tried at least once. But thankfully, rarely any of these confrontations actually spill out into the real world and actually become so bad that 2 people end up losing their lives over it. Now, I do need to disclose that the 2 people involved in this, Finny and Manny, the streamers, they were never like enormously huge content creators. Finny's channel has around 4,000 subscribers, and that's why covering this has been really difficult because this wasn't an incredibly famous content creator. The details are really sparse what's actually happened. And on top of this as well, the other streamer, Manny, has actually had his entire channel taken down by YouTube. Meaning, again, a large chunk of information and context to what's happened has just been lost to time. So the main thing we can only really run off here is Finny's account of the story. So a streamer by the name of Finny the Legend starts his live stream in Las Vegas. This was on the 8th of June. And something really quite haunting about the stream as well, when he starts it, there's a Queen tribute actually playing Bohemian Rhapsody in the background. And if you're unaware, the context of Bohemian Rhapsody is a song about a young man who kills another man, and then he's reflecting on what his life will be like after the murder. You can literally hear the lyrics in the background. Like when he boots up the stream, you can even hear it being said, "If I'm not back again this time tomorrow, carry on. Carry on as if nothing really matters." And for everything that happened during this stream, that is a horrifying coincidence. Now, Finny is actually from Arizona. He's just visiting Las Vegas, where another streamer who Finny has a rivalry or beef with actually lives there. Now, this other streamer who's based in Las Vegas is called Sin City Manny Wise. Now, there is a lot of beef between these two, which I will get into in a little bit, but Manny is definitely not Finny's biggest fan. In fact, when Finny actually went to Las Vegas, Manny started up a live stream trying to essentially hunt him down.
I'm out here searching for my baby. I went through every casino there is. I heard there's one of my biggest fans here in town. I'm dying to see him. Dying to see him.
Later on that day, around 10 p.m, Finny and his wife, who goes by the name Bubbly, headed down to the Bellagio fountains on the Vegas Strip. Now, this is one of the most visited areas in pretty much all of Las Vegas. There are these massive spurts of water shooting up and surrounded by an even bigger man-made lake. And they even do musical performances there sometimes that are synced up to the fountains. It's a really iconic location that a lot of people, when they go to Vegas, they'll get pictures there. And since Finny was streaming himself going by these fountains with his wife, that put a massive red arrow arrow on his location. And for Manny, who at the same time was trying to hunt down Finney, he basically knew exactly where he was now. Now, I'm not going to show the entire clip of the confrontation. That's for obvious reasons and also, you know, respect to the victims. But I will try to basically explain what went down. So at this point, Finney is talking to his live chat. He's got about 300 concurrent viewers. And it seems at this point that people are having a pretty good time. You know, he's laughing, taking in some of the sights of Vegas. But then you hear the voice of a woman that catches Finney's attention. And then she starts saying, "Bring your ass over here, we ain't starting now." And then you can see both of them enter the frame. Now, I don't have complete and total confirmation here, but I'm 99% sure that that is Finney's wife, Bubbly, from looking in the past live streams, because they have the same hairstyle and they look kind of similar, but again, can't 100% confirm that. Now, Bubbly is standing in between Finney and Manny, blocking Manny trying to get to Finney. Now, I don't actually think Finney identified who Manny was straight away, because there's like a bit of a delayed reaction there. But when he does,
thank you,
Finney says,
Pyrocynical, for the extra content for my stream. I'd like to sub to your channel.
As he finishes his sentence, Manny pulls out a gun and fires 5 bullets into Finney. When this happens, of course, Bubbly looks incredibly shocked, grabs the camera, and then we hear 2 more shots as she screams, drops the camera, and falls silent. By the time police arrived, Manny already fled the scene, but we learn about what happened with a press interview with the sheriff of the Metropolitan Police Department. There's a man called Andrew Walsh, and the first responders to the scene were police officers. They were basically on patrol at the time, they heard the gunshots, and then rushed over, and they discovered both Finney and Bubbly lying on the ground with bullet wounds. They tried to administer first aid, but unfortunately the injuries were too severe, and they both passed away.
And they found 2 victims who were laying on the sidewalk, suffering from apparent gunshot wounds.
Now, at the time of recording, the police have not officially identified the 2 people as Finney and Bubbly, but Walsh does actually state that he believes that they've identified the perpetrator that was a result of Finney and Manny's internet feud.
At this point, we believe we have the suspect identified and that this is an isolated incident, knowing that the suspect and the victim had previously engaged in some type of conflict using a variety of social media platforms.
He then ends the press conference by saying to anyone that has more information, please come forward. And then on the following day, the 9th of June, Manny handed himself into police custody. So yeah, as you can see, this is like a really heavy situation to talk about. And you might be wondering, what kind of beef did they actually have that ended up with 2 people losing their lives over it? According to one of Finney's friends, they've basically said that the beef these 2 have had has been going on for years.
This brewed for 2 years.
And unfortunately, again, because Manny's channel has been deleted by YouTube, there really isn't too much to work with here to find out how deep this rabbit hole goes. So obviously take all of this with a pinch of salt, but the narrative that I've been seeing people running with online is that Finney, Bubbly, and Manny at one point were all friends. Maybe not friends, not super close, but they didn't have like a bitter rivalry between each other. According to Finney's friend, again, this good relationship they had basically broke down after Manny pepper sprayed Bubbly.
I was saying, I'm just glad it was pepper spray and it wasn't bullets.
And why he did this, the context, we don't know, but it seems to have basically set the stage for their hatred of each other. Now, one thing we do know for a fact is that Manny did have a much larger following than Finney. Although the channel, like I said, was taken down, there are archives of it and search results and caches basically showing that the Sin City Manny Wise channel had over 14,000 subscribers, and the Sin City family account actually had over 46,000 subscribers. And this is where apparently Finney saw this as an opportunity to start hitting Manny where it hurt, his YouTube audience. So some weeks, Finney would basically host a live stream where he'd begin to attack Manny. If you look at the live tab on his channel, you can basically see that every stream title has Sin City Family or SCF on it, and it wasn't him just criticizing Manny. He'd regularly platform other people as well who also didn't like Manny. From looking at it though, it doesn't seem that Finney was like mindlessly hating on Manny, but actually been pointing out other things that he'd been accused of in the past. Like for example, apparently how Manny allowed a woman to expose herself on camera when she was drunk, and while doing that grabbing her breasts, despite the fact at the time he was married to another woman. Now, even though Finney was a much smaller creator, he would regularly pull in on average around 10,000 views. And by the look of it, this really angered Manny, because according to reports, he was losing subs from this. His audience slowly stopped watching him, and they went to go and watch Finney instead. So in an attempt to squash Finney, Manny basically started copyright striking his videos. Manny actually did submit 2 successful copyright claims on Finney's channel. There's 2 videos here. Who said my channel was going away? And P Manny, nobody likes you, liar. You didn't get my super chats stupid, taking both of those videos down successfully and giving his channel 2 copyright strikes. For those who don't know, when you get 3 copyright strikes, that basically means your channel is either going to get taken down or it starts this timer before your channel gets taken down. Now, from what I understand, looking into it, these seem to be false strikes. Manny was basically abusing the system to try and silence Finney's criticism. Finney might have reacted to a video of Manny's, which he had every right to do so, but Manny saw this as an opportunity to strike his channel and jumped on it. But obviously YouTube has got slightly better over the years, so these strikes were deemed false and they were like quickly reverted. But having the strikes removed wasn't enough, so in retaliation, he actually started to try and strike Manny's channel. And it does sound like these were in favor of Vinny, because you can see here, he wasn't actually going to send a 3rd strike to take down Manny's channel, citing Manny's extremely poor mental health as a driving factor.
We all laugh and joke, but mental illness is real, and we can clearly see this guy is mentally ill. So one thing about it, that's why I want to put it on y'all too. If he give us another strike and I got 3, y'all know that channel mean everything to him. He don't got no outside friends, nothing. I don't think I could do it in my heart. And I'm saying this on live so he can hear it too.
So now you know the context. This had been a rivalry that had been going on for quite some time. From Finney basically having weekly rent sessions smearing his name, to Finney building his platform, mostly from how much people disliked Manny. All of that led up to a bursting point, and that's obviously when the really fatal incident happened in Las Vegas. So the big question that people are wondering now is, what happens next? Well, since Manny, like I said earlier, actually handed himself in, the manhunt's ended. He'll most likely be in prison for the rest of his life. From what I've seen, especially in the clip where he talks about basically hunting Finney and his wife down, prosecutors will have a really easy case here for premeditated 1st-degree murder.
Just know instigators get this.
And as well, in the state of Nevada, where this act was actually committed, 1st degree can get you some really bad sentences. I mean, you can just straight up get the death penalty. You can get the death penalty if the aggravating circumstances outweigh the mitigating circumstances, or life in prison without any possibility of parole after 20 years, or 50 years in prison with the possibility of parole after 20 years. I mean, even if he gets like a lesser sentence, like 20 years, his life is still over. And on Finney's side of the story, because obviously he